Fantastic. So we're 2 minutes after the hour and we've got a packed agenda today. So absolutely delighted to have all of you on the line for the launch of the Playbook. For folks who don't know, my name's Jen Goldsack. I'm the Executive Director of the Digital Medicine Society, or DIME. And for folks who may not know DIME, DIME is a 501c3 nonprofit dedicated to advancing the safe, effective, ethical, and equitable use of digital technologies in the service of improved lives. What folks may also not know is that we are still a very young organization. We are still not quite 2 years old. And the kind of work that we are going to share with you today, work that was generated from a pressing need out in our sort of expert community, one where we were able to work aggressively and in a very focused manner with extraordinary experts from around the globe leaning into the project, helping us identify and understand what the most pressing needs were for the community. And then today, the ability to communicate that to the field and hopefully get us to a point where we are together further advanced towards being able to use digital clinical measures to really reimagine how we define health and disease and really reimagine how we're able to care for the patients and the people that we're all on the line to serve. So with that, let me tell you a little bit about the history of the Playbook. The Playbook was first launched in September of 2020 to incredible success. It was a smaller group that worked on this initial Playbook, yet it was still an ambitious project. We launched 407 slides to really try and orient you, take you by the hand and walk you through everything that needs to happen to advance the safe, effective, ethical, and equitable use of digital clinical measures. In the first 24 hours after launch, it was accessed over 700 times. And by the end of 2020, it was downloaded over 10,000 times. There's no doubt that the Playbook that we launched last year has already been incredibly impactful. And I'm also incredibly proud to say that it was actually the field that came to us and said, this is absolutely terrific. How can we make this more accessible? How can we make this even more relevant to individuals coming to this resource to use it? How can we keep this resource evergreen as the science and the technology moves so quickly? And that was really the impetus. It was the community that drove us to come together and launch this next tour of duty that we're sharing with you today, the Playbook Driving Adoption. And I want to pause for a second and recognize both the organizations and the experts that came to the table to create over 100 new resources for you to, or to support you in advancing the field. It's not lost on anyone what we've all endured over the last year or so. This has been the greatest public health crisis of our lifetimes, I hope. I hope we don't see anything worse than this. Every single person on this line works in the field and thus has been under the most extraordinary pressure to deliver during the pandemic. At the same time, even out of our professional lives, folks have faced incredible challenges, hardship, and in some cases, heartbreak. And yet these organizations under all of this pressure recognize the importance of generating shared resources, recognize the importance of shoring up the use of evidence-based digital health technologies, and so came to the table under this pressure to engage in this, I think, absolutely extraordinary pre-competitive collaboration. And I want to thank not only the organizations who lent into this and were willing to support us in doing this, but perhaps most importantly, the 44 experts from around the world today who will in fact be in charge of walking you through all of the resources in the Playbook today. I do want to take a beat and thank them. None of the work we do at DIME, nothing we did with the Playbook would be possible, would be of the quality that we're able to share with you today if it wasn't for experts in the field like this who, you know, as we just discussed, came through a tumultuous year and we're still showing up for several hours every single week to create what we will unveil to you today. So I do want to take a pause and say thank you and congratulations to every single person who participated in this tour. I feel really strongly that what you have created will move the field. I look forward to championing you. I look forward to championing the resources, making sure they get into the hands of the people who need them, and continuing to be a good steward of these resources going forward. So let's pause for a second. There's a little video here of all of of how we've laid out the website for you today. If you haven't yet accessed the reimagined Playbook website with 100 new resources for you, Jean is going to drop that link into the chat so you can go and take a look and you can follow along live as we conduct the session today. I also think it's really important to orient you to this session. We have so many resources to share. We wanted to make sure we did it in a dynamic way, that we didn't do didactic presentations to you, but rather we wanted to bring the expertise and that's going to play. Well, that's fine. That can play for a second. We wanted to bring the expertise and we wanted to bring the knowledge of the 44 experts who created all of these materials. We wanted to allow them to give voice to why it was important to select the resources we did. We wanted to allow them to give voice to the use cases that drove the creation of the tools, of the policy maps, of the decision tools, of the micro playbooks, to make everything we created and launched in September more relevant and more accessible. I also want to thank this community because they also updated all of these materials with the most recent science. We were able to capture more FDA guidance in this version. We were able to look more keenly and be more inclusive of our European colleagues, including new European regulations. We were able to include best practices from the US Digital Service, the most recent science from leading journals around the world. It's not only that there are more resources available to you, it's not only that these things are more accessible and more relevant. This is also absolutely the latest science for us to work together to create this evidence-based field. A quick look to orient you for the day before we welcome our fantastic guest to join us today. What have we created and how are we going to use your time today? We talked about the need to make the playbook more accessible and more relevant, and we'll talk about how we've done that at the playbook level. We've also created these new resources, and we did it by identifying key archetypes that needed the information served up to you in a particular way. So as we go through today, you'll see that we'll be starting with our clinical colleagues. It's really important as we advance digital health and digital medicine. This is not happening in the absence of patients, and it's not happening in the absence of our clinical colleagues. So we'll be starting with them. Next, we'll be thinking about the needs of the pharma executives, a subset of decision makers that we need to support this work in order to advance the field. We'll be moving through some checklists and some expertise from our measurement colleagues. Measurement has to come first. This is not about the shiny objects. We are tech enthusiasts. We are not tech determinists. We have to start with the patients, the clinicians, and we have to measure what matters. Moving through to how the heck do I actually implement this in my trial? In one of the most heavily regulated, and rightly so, industries in the world, in one of the most conservative industries in the world, how can we actually get to a point where these technologies that scientifically and technically are ready for prime time today can be operationally successful in your trial? We don't want to forget our academic colleagues and the absolute critical role they play in ensuring that digital clinical measures advance as a trustworthy field. And finally, let's zoom out. Let's think about what the policy roadmap might be to shore up the infrastructure, to shore up the pathways and the support needed to get us to the future state where these digital clinical measures are fully integrated into healthcare, making public health, making equitable health, making personalized health much easier to deliver. So with that, that's a really nice segue. Jean is going to drop the agenda into the chat, and I am absolutely delighted to welcome Amy Abernathy to join us for some opening remarks today. I'm going to stop sharing. Amy, first of all, congratulations. You officially retired on Friday. So after a phenomenal career, you have dedicated your entire career from being a practicing clinician and academician all the way through to taking a leading role in industry. And most recently, as a regulator, you are responsible for so much of the infrastructure and the enthusiasm that underpins our ability to do this work. So thank you for being here. I feel like you should be on holiday somewhere, but I do appreciate you dialing in. For folks who don't know you, tell us a little bit about your background before we get stuck into a conversation.
Well, first of all, hi, Jen, and it's such a delight to be here. This is my first post FDA talk, and I'm very honored to do this together with you and Dime this morning. So I was a full professor of medicine at Duke. I'm an oncologist by background. I ran the Center for Learning Healthcare, where we were trying to figure out how do we use data and technical solutions to accelerate clinical evidence generation. I then decided that we were only able to get so far in academia and wanted to motivate the health tech industry for this problem, and went to join Flatiron Health as the Chief Medical and Chief Scientific Officer, where we really worked on building real-world evidence data sets and software that both was intended to delight oncologists and move the field forward in cancer care, but also generate data that could be used for clinical evidence generation. And subsequent to that, went to FDA, where I was both Principal Deputy Commissioner and Acting Chief Information Officer, focused on how do we advance FDA's data and technical vision, and how do we put it to work in service of the American people. And I think the other big piece there was, how does FDA use data? Because that also informs how the industry is regulated by FDA uses data.
So,
now I'm retired. 4 days.
Well, I have questions, and I'm totally projecting myself onto you, which I hope isn't an insult, but I can't imagine you slowing down too much, but maybe pivoting a little bit. Amy, you talked, so first of all, I think that you have epitomized what it means to be successful in advancing innovation. I'm thinking about how you've brought your clinical expertise to a variety of different settings and insisted on collaboration, insisted on really bringing these different communities and stakeholders together. That sort of underpins everything we did with the playbook. The other thing we did with the playbook, and we'll get into this more as we introduce folks to the resources, was recognize that it's not just about, here's the punch list of things you have to do and here are the resources. We're still at a point where we need to build trust. We're still at a point where we need to build buy-in. We're still at a point where everyone needs to get comfortable around the table. These are experts in their field, whether it's a PhD data scientist or an MD. We're asking everyone to take a large step out of our comfort zone. And you've spoken really eloquently previously about the need to flex regulatory muscle to get this done, the need to make sure that we are allowing and inviting our regulatory colleagues into the conversation to make sure they are able to build trust in the same way that we're promoting trust in industry. Tell us about how we can be partners in doing that.
So interesting. Well, so first of all, one of the things that I saw when I was at Flatiron was that we may be in, for example, a tech company building a solution or a product. We might even be doing the internal validation within the context of our company and building the science, but that doesn't mean yet that our regulatory colleagues have had the chance to truly understand what this new innovation is and how it's going to work within the context of, for example, clinical evidence generation. And I just wanted to highlight that it's important to step back for a second. If you think about what the regulators need to do, as regulators, I can't say FDA, we anymore, because I don't work at FDA anymore. So careful about how I say that. As regulators, FDA is responsible for making sure that the products that get onto market are both safe and effective. That is a huge responsibility and decision. Making that decision has a population-wide impact. And so you don't want to take that lightly. And embedding, for example, new innovation into the regulatory pathway, into the clinical decision-making pathway, means you need to be confident that that new solution is going to be at least as good as prior solutions, if not better. So when I think about what I learned at Flatiron and what I learned at FDA, it's regulators, you need to also have a chance to understand not only did the science get done, can you see it, for example, in the steps outlined in the playbook, but now when I see it in action, when I think about it in the context of the difficult and high bar decision that I need to make, do I understand how it's going to perform? And I think that's really important for regulators to start to build the familiarity with the solutions along with you, and not wait until the end and just expect regulators to assume that you've done all the right things in building the evidence basis around your new digital biomarker product. Let me give you one example. One of the elements we were talking a lot about in the context of COVID was synthetic data sets. These are real world data sets where then artificial intelligence has been used to essentially obscure individual patient details, but maintain the same relationships and details of the underlying data. You can imagine the Tom Cruise fake, and now this is essentially the real world data fake, where synthetic data has been, Tom Cruised to ultimately have a synthetic appearance like the underlying data, but obscure the privacy of the individual patients whose information has gone to contribute to that data set. How, as regulators, would FDA know to be confident that such data sets perform as real world data sets would be expected to perform? How are regulators going to be able to have confidence that high risk decisions made on those data sets will actually lead to the kind of population-wide confident decisions that regulators need to make? That means that regulators need to actually be at the table evaluating those kinds of synthetic data sets, seeing what they can and cannot do, looking at the edges of capability. And I would argue that that is the same kind of thinking we need to have all across the new innovation space and evidence generation. One last thing that relates to the playbook. I note in the playbook that there's a lot of work done around building lingua franca. All these different actors at the table building a language that's consistent, so clinicians and drug developers and tech enthusiasts and regulators are all talking about the same thing. One critical aspect of trust is to be able to speak the same language so that you can understand each other. And I think that's a key part of both building regulatory familiarity as well as building trust across the ecosystem, and the playbook helps with that.
Fantastic, and I appreciate that. It's so true. I like that you call it lingua franca. I have a little bit more bass over here. We need a common unifying language, people. She works the table. And also, I cannot wait to introduce Tom Cruise into our common unifying language as a new scientific term. But tell us more about that. If we can, let's dig into that a little bit, because you're exactly right. It makes absolute sense. We need to increase exposure. We need to increase collaboration. The mechanisms perhaps out in industry between sort of clinical innovators and technical innovators, they might not be easy, but perhaps they're more clear. Tell us more about the pathway for all of us to take on that responsibility and better partner with our regulatory colleagues. I know you have a couple of practical examples, and then also any tricks and tips greatly appreciated.
So, COVID really put us on pace tonight, need to figure this out. How do we bring the regulatory familiarity and also innovate together as a entire health ecosystem to try and solve issues with COVID? And, this is really where public-private partnerships can be absolutely fundamental. So the advantage of public-private partnerships is it creates a safe space where regulators can be participants in the process, can ask hard questions to say, here's what I'm thinking. And we did this within the context of COVID with the COVID-19 Evidence Accelerator. The COVID-19 Evidence Accelerator is run by Reagan-Udall Foundation, so it's not run by FDA. That basically moves the responsibility of running and deciding the work that's getting done in this public-private partnership away from FDA, and allows FDA to be at the table the same as academic researchers, the VA system, the same as drug manufacturers, the same as health tech manufacturers. And then FDA can ask their questions within this environment and say, here's what I'm worried about, here's what I need to know more about, and start to understand or get under the hood of some of these new innovations in real time with the rest of the participants in the room. And so one of the things that the Evidence Accelerator taught us was by having regulators as a part of the conversation and do so in rapid cycles, right? We don't have to do this once a quarter. This actually can be a weekly discussion. We actually can start to build that regulatory familiarity quickly and at scale. The other thing that we learned, and this is something that I learned when I was at Flatiron and then saw in action further at FDA, is that there are a number of deeper research collaborations that take the learning to the next step. So, for example, FDA as an agency can build research collaborative agreements with individual corporations where the purpose of the agreement is to come together and ask a fundamental question and answer it using detailed research. That means that both the company that enters in such an agreement and the FDA do not know what the final answer is, right? We have a hypothesis, but we're going to do research together. We're going to bring our brains to the table. We're going to ask questions together, but also we're going to become familiar with how to get to the answers together. There's also, for FDA, academic partnerships. So for example, the CIRSE agreements and those types of activities, again, provide sort of academic exploration, oftentimes directed by FDA. And you see these kinds of relationships all across government. So CMS has them through, for example, the CMI program and other relationships that really allow regulators to get deep and at the table. One of the reasons I think that this is so important is that oftentimes what we want as a community is to move the pace of innovation forward quickly. If we're going to move innovation forward quickly, we actually have to have the end stakeholders early in the process of developing the data sets that go along with documenting and validating the innovations as they're being tested, so that that familiarity is built in up front and we don't wait until the very end.
So much of what you're saying really resonates. And it's interesting that we find ourselves in these situations because you cited examples from across government and across a variety of different sort of, healthcare agencies and departments. This has been table stakes. This has been part of what we've done as a sort of clinical, sort of innovative community. Yeah, it feels like there's a bit of a cultural difference when we're thinking about digital health. It does feel like we walk on a little bit more eggshells. And it's interesting. I actually scribbled down the words because I thought it was really powerful. The need to involve sort of our regulatory colleagues in real time and with all of the participants at the table. So, you've given us some mechanisms here. Again, I was scribbling furiously. We will, absolutely try and do our part here at Dime to try and support the action of those. I often hear, though, this expectation, sort of, when's the guidance coming? And I just, it goes back to that sort of cultural piece. It's like, well, what's the question you're trying to ask? Let's learn this together. This is still an evolving field, and having, regulations support existing innovation rather than dictate the field forward. That's fully consistent with what you were saying. But let's think about everything that's changed over the last year. You mentioned sort of everything that, has happened out in the world and within the regulatory agency during COVID. There's been additional flexibility added. There's been accommodation added. There's been new experiences added. How do you see that perhaps translating into a future state where hopefully, God willing, soon, we can say that we're moving out of the pandemic state and we are moving into a post-COVID sort of world?
So the public health emergency, the pandemic, has put on the table the need to essentially build regulatory flexibilities into the system to allow the system to more easily accommodate for the expedited demand in order to develop drugs, develop diagnostic tests and get them onto the market, be able to get vaccines developed. And you, the funny thing is I have sort of realized that the public health emergency has brought new language into our everyday lives. I mean, how often would you be talking about emergency use authorizations, EUAs for vaccines at the dinner table? But that's actually what we all do these days, right? And so as we think about the regulatory flexibilities that have been put in place, especially in the clinical evidence development space, we see, for example, the potential availability of being able to use real-world data to fill in clinical trials data sets when patients couldn't come back to the clinic, for example, for specific clinical trials time points. We see a flexibility put on the table of being able to deliver the investigational product, that, for example, the investigational drug, directly to the patient's home or to a local physician, provided that it was safe within the context of the drug in the clinical trial, as another kind of a regulatory flexibility. We have seen certainly a focus on the use of remote patient evaluation, for example, using telehealth-based procedures in order to increase the ability to both bring diverse groups of patients onto clinical trials and also make sure that patients who could not go out of their homes due to the pandemic were still being able to be evaluated within the context of the clinical trials. So those are all examples of regulatory flexibilities put in place. Now, I think a lot of people say, we don't want to see those go away, but what is it going to mean post-pandemic? So first of all, the public health emergency guidances that were put in place that allowed many of these flexibilities, those guidances go away at the end of the public health emergency. Let's say, not exactly the day that the PHE ends, but maybe within the year. I don't know exactly the date they'll go away. What is it going to take then for those kinds of flexibilities to endure? And I think that there are a couple of expectations. One is, what's the purpose of all of the rules in clinical trials in the first place? It's to keep patients safe. So that there's going to be the need for the evaluation of how these regulatory flexibilities impact patient safety. Second, importantly, a clinical trial is about generating a clinical trial data set, which is then intended to answer the question, or sort of specific task. So what happens to data integrity with those clinical trial flexibilities? When some patients are now having their data sets captured using passive electronic data capture, such as the electronic health record, and plopping that into the middle of the clinical trials data set, what's the issue as it relates to data integrity, source document verification, et cetera? Like, what are all those kind of questions? So that's the second one. The third is what happens with patient satisfaction, what happens with clinician satisfaction, what happens with study participation. Importantly, those are the kinds of things that all of us are going to need to know, and regulators are going to need to know, in order for the kinds of flexibilities that have really come to the fore in the pandemic to be able to persist. And, if we want to see what should and can persist, if we're going to develop the data sets together to allow that to happen, I would put to you, we shouldn't wait for the regulators to do those studies, because that's going to take years, if not decades. As an industry, as enthusiasts to try and move this space along, we're going to need to do that work ourselves, perhaps through public-private exploration or in pre-competitive spaces like these, to really evaluate what can and should persist with respect to data integrity, patient safety, patient and clinician satisfaction, participation in trials.
Amy, I think it's really important, and it's something that I'll take forward, the way that you distill down sort of the purpose of, regulatory sort of oversight. It really is about safety. It really is about making sure that, we're doing the right thing by everybody. You also mentioned, how can we think about this by working together and developing these data sets together? And I'm going to frankly ask for a bit of advice. So we operate we maintain a crowdsourced library of digital endpoints currently being used in medical product development. So across drugs, across, devices, so on and so forth. And we launched it just over a year ago, and it had sort of 30 unique endpoints. We thought, goodness, it's not the stuff of the future, it's here. Isn't this exciting? Well, the last refresh, it had 206 endpoints in it. And, I think now over 50 organizations that are now sort of championing those. But the thing that gives me pause is, Amy, every single one of those is unique. And someone said to me after I presented this the other week, well, goodness, maybe at the end of the year, there'll be 1,000. And I thought, well, I hope not, because there aren't 1,000 interesting things to measure. So how can we think about, really rallying in the same way that we've achieved with the Playbook, perhaps in a less risky stance for our sort of participating organizations, coming together to really shore up the data we need and the high quality measures to take forward? And I asked about measures specifically because that's the purpose of the Playbook. I mean, how do we go from 206 unique endpoints to just even 10 that had just changed the lives and changed the efficiency of how we can do medical, product research? Big question. I told you I was asking for advice.
Big question. And, since we're going to go a little off script, I'm going to kind of give you my advice in real time. Here we go. One of the things that this conversation feels like is what was happening in the patient-reported outcome space in like the early 2000s, where we started to have just tons of different ways of just measuring sleep, and then tons of measures for pain, right? And practically speaking, everybody wanted their own scale with their name on it. And, as a result, we ended up with all these different scales. Every single one had a little bit of a different set of properties for the problem of interest. And so one way to look at it is, getting absolutely fit for purpose, you needed 40 different ways of measuring pain. Another way to look at it was now suddenly it was really hard to have a common lingua franca around pain, right? And what we saw over time is even though we could get really fit for purpose within the context of measuring and evaluating pain, we could, have some scales that really helped with the interrelationship between pain and sleep, some scales that said sleep and return to work, et cetera. Being able to essentially be more parsimonious and understand the 0 to 10 visual analog scale or the 0 to 10 numerical rating scale in a common way across the entire space made it much easier now to understand a product in context, to quickly have a common conversation. So I submit to you that part of the way that you go from the 206 or the 1,000 measures back to the parsimonious group of 10 is that you start to quickly understand that it's much more efficient in the development of the space to actually have a ability to have a common language, to have a common understanding, and to move away from the not invented here syndrome, right? And the other thing that I would say is remember that, and this is especially for this pre-competitive space, that the measure itself, that's actually not really the competitive advantage. The competitive advantage is the product being evaluated with the measure. And so in the pre-competitive space, having measures that you quickly can understand in the same way we understand pain as a numerical rating scale or a 6-minute walk time actually helps to make the development of any particular medical product, which is the true competitive advantage of, for example, manufacturer, much faster. And so I would really work on getting to the parsimony and then being able to say, now we're with a parsimonious group, then we can have deep dive where needed. And let me tell you what I mean by that in my last piece. So if I go back to pain, if the scale that you've developed around pain plus sleep includes a 0 to 10 numerical rating scale, you've got the ability to have the lingua franca embedded and then be able to then have the deeper dive of the rest of the details you need between pain and sleep for the rest of the story, so that you have both elements: parsimony for 0 to 10 numerical rating scale, and the ability then to have more exploration of the unique fit for purpose task that you're interested in, pain and sleep, and how the two pieces go together.
I really like that. And I love the not made here sort of problem that we need to dispel. And in fact, embracing those well-established sort of existing measures and practices will really help. I think it's important I want to underscore something that we've heard, and you've worked in tech, so you know this. One of the questions we get on some of the remarks you just made around, that's absolutely fine if you're a medical product developer. Yes, your core business is developing, molecules, and that's your differentiator. For the measures company, where do we fit in this? And one of the things that we teased out in the playbook, and I'm, this is something else I'm dropping on you, but keen to get your reaction, is we talk not just about getting the right measure and the right tool, but the right vendor partner. And so for us, that feels like that's the differentiator for our tech colleagues. It's not an army of one approach to the measure, but it's finding, the vendor partner that can do whatever you need them to do operationally as well as technically to sort of support you. Does that, when we think about sort of the story that really brings everyone to the table, does that feel powerful? Is there anything else we need to be thinking about to make sure that our tech colleagues truly feel like partners in this?
Yeah, it's really interesting. I go back to, and I should have said this, Jen, I didn't. So let me just connect the dots here. when I was at Duke, one of the big things we ran was a patient-reported outcomes evaluation program. And we were really thinking about both the scales and how do we evaluate pain and sleep and appetite and all kinds of questions as it related to patient-generated health data, and then the tech side. And, importantly, as I think about that time and I think about your question, if I, from my technical development side, spent all of my time constantly trying to develop new scales and new measurement activities specifically, I actually lose my focus on being able to be the competent expert in here's how the technology is going to work in all these different settings that we're going to need to embed it within the context of the clinical trial. Here's how we're going to make sure that we're a really high quality software partner to the group doing the clinical evaluation, where we're really focused on critical issues in software development and design, such as good software practice. And so, any particular company can't do too many things. And so I would argue parsimony on sort of the individual measures and how we're going to actually create the language, and then really focus on what you do well as it relates to software development, biosensors, making sure it's fit for purpose within the context of the clinical trial or the right clinical setting, making sure that you understand the clinical trials work. All of those elements actually really become competitive advantages.
I love that you were able to embed that as in an example, and it's so powerful, and really, really appreciate that sort of insight. And I think it's a perfect sort of call to action for everyone on the line. Amy, I want to thank you for everything you've done, not just by joining us today and sharing your wisdom with us, but through the course of an extraordinary career. Before we do, I want to tap your brain. You have achieved so much, and you've done it with, such, you've led with collaboration at every turn. What advice do you have for folks on the line today? And I'll tell you why I'm asking. We lay everything out that needs to happen, we think, to successfully develop and deploy these digital clinical measures in a way in which they are fully viable, whether the setting is clinical trials, patient care, or public health. We try and create that roadmap and those tools and resources that you can move with your teams today, that common language, a way to collaborate, a way to build trust. But by no stretch of the imagination is it easy. There was this sort of certain irony in creating a 407 slide deck right out of the bat. So it's, when your boss tells you to do this, you can give this back to them. Folks are exhausted after the last year, just generally. A lot of people are being told, we need to do this today. And we've just talked about the scientific rigor that needs to underpin everything. We've talked about new collaborations. We've talked about leaps of faith. Like, what advice do you have for folks who are here, they're engaged, they're ready to do this, but sort of the effects might not be immediate? How have you sort of handled that in your career to be so successful?
So I think that the first thing that I want to say more than anything else is have fun, right? That it's really important that you recognize that you step back and say, what I'm doing is eureka. What we're doing is needle moving right now, and we're learning how to move the needle both for a critical time in all of our lives, but also it's going to actually push towards the future. So that's the first thing, is I would actually have fun and step back and marvel. The second thing is it's far more fun, at least for me, more joyful when all of the people around the table aren't my competitors, but actually are my friends and partners. So it's actually feeling like we're all at the same table learning a lingua franca, because it's going to make all of us better. And that ultimately, that is actually how we also do respectful work, build trust, and get things done faster. And the last thing I would say is that, I find it's really important to maintain pace and speed, but actually to recognize that you have to take a breather. And so, I think one of the things that's happened during the pandemic is we were running really, really fast. And somewhere along the way in the evidence accelerator, I said, we need to move from a sprint to a marathon, and think about the fact that when we're working in the context of marathon, when we're running a marathon, we run differently, right? Like, we pace ourselves. We think about where the water breaks and the bathroom breaks are going to be. We kind of recognize that we've got to kind of be in this for the long haul. And that means that we've got to create a participatory stance that is joyful and engaged and trustworthy, but also is going to put us in it for the long haul.
Amy, what wonderful remarks to end with. It's something we try and do here at Dime. I feel inspired by your remarks. I am incredibly grateful, not only for you joining us today, but for everything you've done. My suspicion is you are going to stay closely engaged with the field and its progress, and your sort of career's mission to really make personalized health possible for everyone. I hope that you have some wonderful plans this afternoon. Thank you for taking the time with us, and congratulations again, Amy, on such a terrific career. Really appreciate you.
Thank you very much. Be safe, everyone.
Take care. Bye-bye. So I feel that it's hard for us to follow sort of Amy's remarks, but as we mentioned at the beginning, it's really important for us to begin this conversation with the phenomenal work and the important role of our clinical colleagues in advancing this work. I want to sort of start to welcome our clinical experts to the table. They will be joining our first sessions to talk through the resources we have on the Playbook for our clinical colleagues specifically, and also for, let me just unpin this one for a second. And I'm going to ask my colleague Jean to start walking us through and showcasing just a little bit of the clinician's dossier that we've prepared for all of you. It was really interesting in thinking about the different learning archetypes that we would need to sort of address to ensure that the Playbook was able to achieve its goals of really advancing the field. And when we thought about what our clinical colleagues may need in order to sort of successfully advance the field, we gravitated back to what Amy was underscoring during her remarks, the need to build trust. Our clinical colleagues have been at the helm of thoughtful, patient-focused care since the history of healthcare began. How could we empower our clinical colleagues with that lingua franca, with that common unifying language, with sort of understanding the key basics when it comes to advancing digital clinical measures? So with that, I'm going to go ahead and ask the experts working on the clinical team to share their videos, and we'll have a conversation and walk you through how it came to be that we created the resources we did with the Playbook. I'm going to go ahead and spotlight our colleagues. While I do that, I think it's really important. I didn't land that terribly well. The resources that we created for our clinical colleagues are an entire fundamentals course in digital clinical measurement. We were able to really think about what are the 7 core learning objectives to make our clinical colleagues, regardless of background, whether they're practicing physicians, nursing colleagues, pharmacist colleagues, occupational physical therapists, really making this, here are the key items that you need to learn. And what you'll see when you go to the dossier is that there are 7 different modules, that there's tutorials, that there are slides available, that there are quizzes, and it really walks you through everything you might need if you're a practicing clinician and are sort of inspired to get a little bit more comfortable with these digital clinical measures. So enough from me. Let's meet the phenomenal clinicians and other experts who worked on this dossier to advance the field. So I'm going to ask each of you in turn to go ahead and introduce yourself and either talk about how you in your clinical practice are using digital clinical measures, or why you decided to participate in this tour on the Playbook. And I'm going to start with you, Adam.
Hey everyone, thanks so much. My name is Adam Phillips. I'm a cardiologist by training and on the digital health team at MyoKardia, which is now Bristol Myers Squibb after an acquisition. And I think the common theme from this morning so far has been about the lingua franca, and the Playbook has really been cool from a clinician perspective because it provides a sort of foundation and framework for how to understand these digital measures. As clinician, we love frameworks for understanding things. It's a complicated world in medicine, and all we want is a framework to simplify things, to give us a pathway forward. And that's one thing that this Playbook really does for clinicians. That's what I'm most excited about.
Fantastic. And Adam, it was such a pleasure to get to work with you. One of the things that Amy said was the importance of having fun with this. And I think we certainly did that in this work group. So appreciate you being part of it, and appreciate all of your hard work and for being with us this morning. Daniel, do you want to go next?
You're muted.
Yeah, I've got it. Hey, I'm Daniel Kraft. I'm a physician scientist type in the San Francisco Bay Area. Recently founded a platform called Digital.Health. Also share medicine for Singularity University and run a program called Exponential Medicine, where we look at all these convergences coming together to reshape health and medicine across the continuum, which is really the sweet spot for, I think, digital health and medicine. And I think what's so key about the Playbook and beyond is how we pull our clinical colleagues into this endeavor and help catalyze digital health going forward in meaningful ways for clinicians to leverage it and for our patients to benefit. Thanks.
Fantastic, Daniel. Really glad you were part of this, and thanks for being with us this morning. Justin, do you want to go next?
Of course. Good morning from the East Coast here, everyone. Before I introduce myself, I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank Jen and Jean for inviting us to participate, and also for my sprint team participants. It was a pleasure to work with and learn from all of you. And I've learned more over the past few months than I have, in a while, just from the interdisciplinary thought. But a little bit more about myself is I'm Justin Richard. I am the center manager at the Brown Lifespan Center for Digital Health. I'm a health informatician by training, and my background is in health IT and workforce development. And my focus around digital clinical measures are managing and implementing systems that are utilized by the workforce to drive the adoption of digital clinical measures, and accounting for the technical literacy of end users that will be working with these digital clinical measures. So I come from that side. And it was a really great experience being able to learn from and work with clinicians who will be using the digital clinical measures.
Thank you, Justin. And you were a very good sport as the tech guy, or the IT guy sometimes even, on the team. I know you wear that hat up at Brown Lifespan, and appreciated you bringing that important insight to the table here. Risa, do you want to go next?
Sure. Good morning, good afternoon to all. I'm Risa Vatanka, Senior Director of Corporate Alliances at the American Pharmacists Association. As a pharmacist, I've been a champion for digital health integration in pharmacy, and founder and chair of a couple of digital health conferences, both at the state level and with the California Pharmacists Association, and at the national level with the American Pharmacists Association. And the aim has really been to increase awareness among pharmacists and all across the healthcare ecosystem on opportunities for medication optimization, leveraging digital health technologies, digital clinical measures, all of that. It's been an absolute pleasure being on this tour. I'm amazed, continuously amazed by you, Jen and Jean. It's incredible what you've done with running this tour, and it's been great being part of this sprint group. I am confident that the tools and resources that we've built to add on to the playbook really will help increase healthcare providers' understanding and drive adoption of applying these tools in patient care.
Fantastic. Thanks, Risa. And it was such a pleasure to work with you on the tour. For intros, last but not least, Jume, go ahead.
Hello, everyone. And I'd like to echo my fellow panelists and group here that this tour has been amazing, and it's been amazing to participate. I'm the head of clinical research at digital medicine at Pfizer. But actually for this group, I was actually wearing a little bit of my other hat. So I'm also a neurointensivist. I practice at Tufts Medical Center in Boston. And when I first joined the tour, I was really thinking about these digital measures in terms of clinical trial implementation. But as a clinician who is seeing patients, we sometimes think of it as, clinicians working in the trenches, frontline, really kind of seeing patients and having to, figure out the workflow and learn about these things on the fly sometimes when there's a lot of other competing interests and competing, time processes where, there's EHR, there's, insurance. There's all sorts of very complicated factors in the real world. And so thinking about how to, as Adam said, really people want a framework to come up with how to learn and integrate these tools, and really excited to have participated in this clinicians tour of duty to really start putting the foundations for laying out an educational course and a learning opportunity for clinicians.
Fantastic, Jume. It was so wonderful to have your perspective on as part of this team, and your sort of leadership on the curriculum as well, along with everyone else. So this is how I'm going to remind folks how we're going to handle our discussions today. Jean's going to drop the link to the clinician's dossier into the chat. We're not going to present it, but rather we're going to learn from the experts on the line, sort of why, or a little bit more about their practice, about their use of digital clinical measures, and how these what we've tried to achieve here with the clinician's dossier, the educational resources will hopefully sort of build that bit of trust to move things forward. And Adam, I'm going to start with you if I can. So, you're a cardiologist. It's a specialty that I think is a little bit further ahead, perhaps, than other sort of therapeutic areas in terms of their embrace of digital clinical measures. How are you currently, if at all, using these measures and or using digital clinical measurement tools in the way you treat your patients?
Yeah, I'll sort of pick up on two things that you're saying there. One is, in addition to clinicians loving frameworks, we also are slow to change or slow to adopt new technologies. And I think that's by design. That's a feature of being a clinician, not a bug. That we want to be as prudent as we can. We want to be slow to change, because a lot of times the new shiny object is not what's best for our patients. So although cardiology is sort of in the lead for a lot of this adoption, it's really based more on patient need than something about cardiologists. I think when we as clinicians are thinking about what patients need, we're not thinking about digital health measures versus non-digital health measures. We're thinking about what tools are there to acquire the information I need to diagnose, manage, and treat this patient. So in cardiology, some of the things that have really taken off are things like AFib burden monitoring or home blood pressure, things like that, where a patient leaves the hospital and I think, is this patient going to be an AFib, and how much AFib will they have? And so there's a really fit for purpose device that can answer that question for me. You're never sitting in the clinic thinking, how can I employ a digital health tool on this patient? You're thinking more, what needs does this patient have? And are there different tools that I can use in my toolbox to sort of help get over that need?
Adam, I really like your remarks here, and I think it even teases on some things that Amy was saying earlier, right? We have to earn the trust, right? And I think, the scientific work takes some time. And so I think, as you said, it's probably a feature, not a limitation, that our clinical colleagues are being quite deliberate in selecting these things. I also, what you echoed in terms of a clinician's thinking reflects a lot of what we articulate in the playbook, the need to start with the measure, not the shiny technology. And so perhaps for folks who, why are we seeing, a lot of use of these technologies, but not a lot of pickup in clinical care? It's because when you start with the measure, when you think about the problem you're trying to solve for instead of the gadget, there's a little bit more work to do, and you may take pause and even ask yourself whether the technology solution is the right one. I love it. Fantastic remarks. Jume, I want to come to you next. Like Adam, you are, as you said, a practicing physician, and you are in a sort of leadership role in advancing digital in pharma. One of the things that was really interesting in putting this together was sort of scouring the literature for, where's the successfully re-engineered clinical workflow that accommodates these tools? And, it's hard to find. These are entrenched processes. These are complex teams. How are you seeing the necessary changes to accommodate these tools being possible, being practical, recognizing that we can't ask our clinical colleagues to do any more?
Yep, that's a great question, Jen. So I think as Adam has already alluded to, healthcare is a very risk-adverse field in terms of not wanting to take on anything that may cause harm. And really, I think building into de-risking adoption and encouraging people to look into this field is really building the internal processes that are necessary to be able to help clinicians and healthcare systems understand the best practices. And to build that too, there's also currently probably a lack of internal expertise really in the field where there's not as much knowledge, or if there is knowledge, it's really siloed. And in order to communicate across different specialties and across different systems, it's, we really have to break down some of those barriers. And then overall, there's probably a perception of, this is a black box situation where things seem, very complicated if you just read about it superficially. We don't currently teach this in medical school in terms of integration, even though, it might come up across as very complicated. If you think about it, human anatomy, physiology, and pathophysiology are also very complicated topics, but they've been really laid out in a very nice framework for people to understand. You don't learn about what can go wrong until you learn about what can go right first and understand those processes. So the way it's taught currently in medical school, these very complicated topics, just build into this integration, through training and then through exposure to patient care, both in medical school and then, residency, fellowship, and specialization. And currently the field with digital is not quite that probably mature, but, we're really starting to look at, how to both teach people who are already within, practicing, but then also potentially, as Daniel in our team said at the very beginning, really reaching people from an earlier on in their training so that they can become, sort of those influencers to create that knowledge base, break down silos, and really kind of create the resources needed to bring the field to more of a maturity way in order to develop the internal processes. That you can't really develop internal processes until you have that knowledge base to develop the processes, or else they may not be robust. So being able to assess for that and make sure that they're fit for purpose for the healthcare systems. As Adam also alluded to, it's really at the end of the day also about health outcomes and looking at it from the frame of not as a digital or non-digital, but really saying, how does this tool help me achieve the health outcomes I want to see, both either as a system, whether it's a systems base, whether it's a individual practice base of, this improve my workflow in terms of seeing patients, to the patient experience of this improved this outcome for this population or for this single patient, and really seeing that evidence, I think is going to help drive the research needed in the field to build out more evidence, and then again, spread the knowledge, and then be able to refine the processes to continue to grow the field.
Jime, I love that. You made a strong case for why it was our decision as a team to think about creating these really accessible sort of learning objectives, why we felt it was critically important to sort of bolster the sort of clinical exposure to this. Justin, Jime talked about the need to de-risk some of these measures and also sort of bolstering internal expertise. As our IT guy on the line, tell us how the sort of within health systems and clinics, our sort of technical colleagues in-house can help us make these decisions correctly.
Yes, so I think the most important thing that technical professionals can do is interview and work with stakeholders working on the front lines. And that is not solely clinicians, it's nurses, MAs, CNAs, people that will be interacting and utilizing these systems and workflows are your key to success in driving the adoption of these digital clinical measures. Because if you can't get the buy-in of those that will actually be utilizing the workflows, capturing the data and digesting it, you're really setting yourself up for failure. Another element which is critically important is accounting for technical literacy of the workforce. You need to design and implement and optimize based on your weakest link. And if you think of a workforce in a traditional health system, not every health system is unionized, but those that are unionized tend to have employees that have been there for a longer period of time, which suggests that you may have a higher average aged workforce with a lower technical literacy rate. And designing and accounting for them to make it easy to utilize and interact with systems and data that are related to digital clinical measures will really set you up for success. And I know I just said that was probably the most critical thing, but you know, another element that is extremely important is making sure that those who are interacting with systems and with the data understand their role, who's consuming the data, who's interpreting and analyzing and presenting the data, who's just having discussions with the patient about the collected data. And in the tech space, we use use case diagrams to demonstrate how folks interact with systems and whatnot. But making sure that everyone across the continuum, the workflow continuum, understands most of the elements is also an incredibly important variable, because the person entering the data needs to understand what happens upstream and downstream, because ultimately workflows have a beginning and end, and understanding the elements within a workflow will really set you up for success in collecting data, analyzing it, implementing it, and using it to change outcomes.
And Justin, what I really like there is, Amy talked about, if we want to land this successfully, we need to have everyone at the table from the start. We can't just foist it upon folks at the end of the development sort of cycle. So you've really given great voice to that, and I really appreciate it. Daniel, I'd like to hear from you next. You've spent sort of the vast majority of your career being a sort of leading innovator in this space. How do you think about how we work with current practicing clinicians in this sort of wave of innovation? We've talked about the need to have sort of well-educated teams. We've talked about why we aren't moving at lightning speed. It's a thoughtful process. Like, how do we actually collaborate with those clinical colleagues, not serving them up the technologies and inviting them to buy in, but actually partnering with them on the development piece?
Sure. I mean, the challenge and the opportunity is there's this explosion in digital health. COVID's certainly been a catalyst. There's the term often in drug development to have patients included, but I think it's critical to have clinicians, physicians of all sorts of providers integrated in. I think the role of the clinician is not only to hopefully be the utilizer of these emerging technologies, but they're often the need knowers, and the ability to validate, not just to see a clinical measure, but see how it impacts their patients on a day-to-day basis. And so I think the opportunity is to get involved. You don't need to be building the app or the device or the solution, but to work with the entrepreneurs, the regulatory folks, to understand really what's working when the metal hits the road for your patients, and in context, this idea of even precision digital health, meeting age, culture, language. 10 years ago, I gave a TED Talk, The Future of Medicine. There's an app for that. And at the time, I think there were 60,000 apps. Now there's almost 400,000 just on the app side. Many of them are more consumer, but they're more and more moving to medical with the intensive shifting for remote patient monitoring, et cetera. And so I think the real opportunity now is to help clinicians potentially match and find the solutions that meet their patients, ones that are validated, and then be able to provide the feedback mechanisms to keep improving and iterating to really meet the patient needs and to keep building the body of evidence as we move forward. So I think it's a collaboration, and clinicians can play a critical role going forward. Again, I think we're still in the early stages of digital. In many cases, we're still digitizing the fax machine, for God's sakes. And so now, the last decade was pretty incredible, but I think, let's say the next 5 and 10 years will make the last 10 years look slow. And so we all need to sort of row together and help build the systems to not just have an overwhelming amount of apps, wearables, solutions, but to really validate them and get them to really meet clinical problems across the continuum, from public health to cancer care to mental health and beyond.
Daniel, that's such a powerful call to action, and appreciate you giving that voice. And Risa, I'm going to come to you to close out this fantastic panel. Daniel, and in fact, all of our colleagues have said, look, we need to have everyone at the table. We need to have our clinicians, regardless of background, at the table. You came to this as a passionate advocate for sort of our pharmacist colleagues. Tell us how, we can get better at engaging not only our pharmacist colleagues, but all practicing clinicians as we talk about, creating a sort of inclusive development environment.
Yeah, well, I think Dinah started in the right manner, because you've brought all voices to the table, right? It's really important that we leverage the capabilities of all clinicians, because studies show that, it reduces medical errors, right? It improves patient experience. We get improved outcomes, ultimately can reduce costs. So really having that interprofessional voice is really key. And I think that DIMES, this has been profound to have this tour of duty where you had voices from all across the healthcare ecosystem, right? We know that interprofessional learning fosters interprofessional practice. And so, these learnlets that we've created, the 7 modules where it kind of really unpacks like what is, how do you define digital clinical measures, and how do you, what's the value to the patient, to the clinician, how do you integrate it into workflow, all of these things, having all from across the healthcare ecosystem learn together, right? I think that's going to help us also know how we can then work together as well in leveraging these tools, this additional data, and optimizing patient care. When you think of, we all look at a patient from a different perspective, right? So a physician may see a symptom and think of, what that diagnosis might be. A pharmacist may look at a symptom and think of it as, oh, what side effect of a medication could that be? So that's where when you bring the different voices looking together, looking at these measures together, I think we'll each bring, we'll have a different type of value and how we can apply it in patient care. So I'm pretty excited about the rich potential, and for pharmacists specifically, I think it's going to really transform our approach to medication optimization. We're just going to have more visibility to data and information than ever before.
This is fantastic. Each of you have delivered not only your expertise to folks on the line today, you've worked incredibly hard for the last 6 months. It's almost I keep sort of checking myself when I look at the resources that everyone's created. The idea that we were able to create from scratch a fundamentals module for all clinicians, one that I hope is engaging, that I hope is meaningful, that can achieve everything that you articulated to really support our clinical colleagues in being involved in the thoughtful selection where appropriate of digital clinical measures, figuring out where tech solutions are fit for purpose and fit for purpose for all of the individuals that we're here to serve. And even those sort of collaborators and co-creators of new digital products. Working with all of you has been such an honor, such a pleasure. We've learned so much. The field will learn so much as a result of having these learnlets, this fundamentals module out in the world. So thank you, all of you. It was the right place to start with our clinical colleagues as we embark on this day of talking about the resources available. I hope you're able to stay with us for the rest of the day and really appreciate this journey we've been on in your time this morning. So thanks guys. I'm going to try and walk us through the gear changes from session to session a little bit more deliberately. So all of our experts on the line dialing in, listening to the resources we've created can orient themselves a little bit better. The next session we talked about the need to make sure our clinical colleagues are comfortable with some of the fundamentals around digital clinical measures. The next piece that we wanted to bring to the jigsaw was thinking about, for all of the passion around these tools, for all of their promise, unless we have executive support, we are going to struggle a little bit to have the resources, to have the time, to have the buy-in in order to make sure we realize that promise of all of these digital clinical measures we're working so hard to create. And I'm going to ask Jean to share just a little bit of insights into the extraordinary resources that this next panel created as part of the work on the pharma exec dossier. What you'll see here is that this team leaned into not only a benefits matrix so that we can appropriately hand over to decision makers what's the value in developing and deploying these digital clinical measures, asking and answering that question of what's in it for me. I was also incredibly proud of this team because not only did they think about the what's in it for me questions, they highlighted some of the other key issues that are perhaps impeding successful progress of digital clinical measures. This team made the case for including the patient perspective. They highlighted regulatory proof points to try and address the issue of regulatory uncertainty. They created a quick start guide, a micro playbook, teasing out slides from the playbook that are most important to executives and key decision makers. And finally, making the case that this is needed in this day and age to maintain a competitive advantage. All of these resources are available to you. I'm going to ask my colleague Jean to drop the link into the chat. And with that, we're going to go ahead and introduce you all to the extraordinary team that were very ambitious and created all of these resources for you. And the way we're going to do this was a big team. This was a bold team. So just to orient folks to the session, we're not going to do separate introductions, but rather I'm going to call on each of you to introduce yourself to everyone on the line and share a little bit about what you've been working on. And David, I'm going to see if I can spotlight you here, and I'll bring everyone up to the stage properly in just a second. David, from the start, before we even started this tour, you were telling me we need to make the case to our executive decision makers. I don't care if we have the playbook, if we don't have the resources to action it. Tell us a little bit more around, well, first of all, introduce yourself to everyone, and then tell us, after COVID, to some people, it might be, how is this not a no-brainer? How have we not already achieved this support? Tell us why we needed to even develop this benefits matrix in the first place.
Okay, thanks, Jen. So I'm David Cowett. I'm Executive Director and Head of the Digital Data Science team and the FIRE Lab, the Pfizer Innovation Research Lab at Pfizer, and the Digital Medicine Translational Imaging Group. So Jen, when I first heard of the tour of duty, my first thought was that it would be great to connect with all these fellow experts and try to move the needle towards adoption of digital endpoints in clinical studies. And what prompted that is that whenever we talk to asset teams about deploying digital endpoints in their studies, they always have the same questions. They have a defined budget and a defined timeline. They say, what's it going to cost? Is it going to delay me? And what are the benefits to my team, right? We always face this, and we want to have some good answers for these teams so that they can justify putting that in their studies. So those are fair questions, and I thought if we could build a dossier that would contain some success stories, some examples when teams have deployed digital endpoints in a study and the benefits that they've gotten from it, whether to make the study more patient-centric, to recruit faster, to be more compliant and the retention is higher. If we can put together this dossier and showcase that to the executive so that they can see, yeah, I clearly see that there's a benefit there and I need to put that in my study. So that's something that's been missing, and I thought this team could put their heads together and build this. Now you mentioned COVID. Since the pandemic began, more and more emphasis has been placed on remote monitoring and decentralized clinical trials. And for that, it seems like the digital endpoints are shifting a little bit from nice to have to something that's essential, something that's needed, because you need to get the participants and the patients wherever they are, right? And that's the perfect time for us to build that dossier and to use that to promote the use of these endpoints. So I think that what we need to do is to demonstrate how the digital endpoints, compare to the gold standards, to what the regulators, the decision makers are used to have confidence in their ability to representatively quantify change in human behaviors, something we want to measure. Can we measure those, and can we measure changes? And then can we define the value and benefits to all stakeholders, the patients, the prescribers, academia, pharma? And I felt that that's what the tour of duty and the playbook could very strongly, strive to achieve. So it's been a really pleasant experience being with all these experts for these last 6 months. And I think we've produced a huge amount of work that is going to be helpful to the field in general.
Fantastic. David, you articulated that really nicely, and I am equally hopeful that the resources will sort of help move the needle. And the collaboration on this, the cross sort of disciplinary engagement has been extraordinary, and so glad you were part of it. Chris Benko, I'm going to come to you next. you were a former pharma executive and you moved over to found your own digital measures company. So clearly this was not something you needed to be convinced to do. How do you sort of see positioning, these digital clinical measures correctly, such that they're not just a flash in the pan, but they actually return sort of enduring strategic value back to a sort of drug development and all of the patients we're here to serve?
Yeah, thanks, Jen. So yeah, I'm Chris Benko. I'm the CEO of Connexa. I spent 20 years at Merck, and a significant chapter of that career was focused on the implementation of what I'll call traditional biomarkers into our operating model for drug development, molecular, imaging, fluid biomarkers. And I watched that adoption curve occur throughout that organization. And then 7 years ago, I had the opportunity to move into their corporate venture fund as an entrepreneur in residence to start Connexa. The simple way I'll describe Connexa is that we began basically as the bioanalytical lab to start to develop and validate digital measures, combined with a software and data platform and set of supporting services that allow us to deploy digital biomarkers and endpoints in clinical trials for new medicines in the pharma industry. So that's what we've been working at for the last 7 years. What's really neat about this chapter and working together on the playbook is that we're reunited with a lot of people that we've been working alongside, in many cases throughout that entire journey of the last 7 years, and other people that we've had the opportunity to work with more recently. And I think many of us can relate to the fact that when we first met, a lot of the work that we were doing was more likely to be exploratory endpoints, early analytical validation, and proof of concept, usability, feasibility testing. All of these things needed to happen as part of the adoption curve. But increasingly, these efforts are starting to read out. And I'm so encouraged by the number of people that are excited to publish together, to promote and share their data externally. And we had a lot of great discussions as part of this working group about how to share more of those success examples. And I think what we're going to start to see is that things are going to matriculate through this change curve, where we go from that early validation into increasing clinical validation and use of these measures to start to inform really meaningful decisions, like major investment decisions about how to prioritize new investments in new indications, and even thinking about totally novel endpoints that will be compelling to regulators and payers. That's not a journey that happens overnight, but I think that we're well through that curve of progress where we can start sharing a lot more with the community. The last thing I'll say on that is, and building on what David offered, COVID forced an acceleration of people's thinking of their self-assessed risk tolerance for what we need to do in terms of driving adoption more aggressively. We still haven't had an opportunity to see the readout of a lot of those efforts in terms of what they're going to be able to produce really meaningful and compelling data. And I'm excited to look forward over the next year or two as some of those studies report back and we're able to learn from them and figure out how to continue to evolve and scale the use of these tools across late stage clinical trials and across more therapeutic areas.
Chris, what I love about your comments is not only the positivity, but also sort of articulating that we're not just at a point where we're going to get adoption, but where we're going to get support at the highest levels with time and with dollars for doing this the right way, for doing this the scientific way. So that's really encouraging. And I think a real, as you said, a real sort of watershed moment for our field. And Chris, you and Connexa were part of the OG Playbook team. So really delighted that you stayed on with us. It's been a pleasure and just really glad you're here today. With that, I'm going to go, it's a Chris team here, a Chris economist, so I'm going to come to you next. So your organization, PhysIQ, has just been tapped by a large pharma company, really to help make use of their digital data, right? Tell us a little bit more about how you pulled that off. How did you articulate those value propositions to your new partner, and sort of what are you excited about coming down the pike?
Thanks, Jen. So hi, everyone. My name is Chris Economist, Chief Commercial Officer at PhysIQ. Little background, we specialize in collecting continuous wearable sensor data on our platform. And then we develop and deploy clinically validated biomarkers on that platform to take the raw data and turn it into insight. And so the deal that Jen's referencing is the recent announcement where Janssen Pharmaceuticals has entered into a multi-year enterprise license agreement by which they want to use this platform to collect data across all of their clinical development as well as commercial activities. And I think, obviously this is really exciting for us. But I actually think it's also marks an exciting point, hopefully an inflection point for industry, whereby Janssen realized they had to move from a one-off approach to deploying sensors in trials, and really have the infrastructure in place in order to scale this across the enterprise. And so, as we look at near term and long term, I think one of the ways to think about this is at a very high level. There are two sets of stakeholders within these pharma companies that we're working with. You've got those folks who are responsible for efficiently collecting and managing data. So digital groups, IT groups, data science groups, clinical ops. And then you have those stakeholders who are really interested in the output of those data streams, namely the clinical leads within the different therapeutic areas, pharmacovigilance, et cetera. And so the challenge in front of them was, how do we do this more efficiently? How do we have a common infrastructure that allows us to deploy this at will across the different clinical development initiatives? And in that regard, having a platform that they knew was going to be able to provide quality data, consistent algorithm output, I think was really important for those folks who need to make sure that the trials run efficiently and that the quality of the data is up to snuff. And I think the exciting thing about going forward with all of this is that as we look at the other set of stakeholders, the clinical leads, the opportunity to generate and work with them to pull out more insight from these data streams. So, we have this opportunity now with wearable sensors to collect every breath, every heartbeat, every subtle movement. And the opportunity now to translate those data streams into meaningful output that they can use to move the needle on their clinical initiatives is really what we're going to be focusing on. Obviously, the work with DIME is essential with that. And then we look at how are we going to support specific challenges and problems that they have and what they're trying to solve. So, for example, how can we use wearable sensors to better identify patients who should be enrolled in a trial or who are higher probability of being a treatment responder? How do we use sensors to support safety monitoring and safety endpoints, particularly in a world of decentralized trials? And then lastly, how can we use these sensors and the data from these sensors to support novel efficacy endpoints? So, we've got the piece in place about the infrastructure to deploy these sensors. And now we're going to be working with them to identify how do we solve the specific clinical challenges they have within their TAs.
It had to happen at some point. Chris, fantastic remarks. Thank you. And I think what you've underscored is something that actually other Chris pushed us with really early on as we thought about what is the value in all of this. We need to not just isolate them to a single use case in a single trial. We need to figure out how these things return value to us across the board and over an extended timeline. Priyanka, you were also part of the OG Playbook team. You also, folks may not know this, you actually brought the initial idea to Andy. It was actually you two that sort of planted the seed, planted the kernel for doing all of this work. So first of all, I hope this is a great day for you. This is a phenomenal continuation of your initial idea. So congratulations. Congratulations also, MyoKardia has been purchased by BMS. And, one of the things that I would hypothesize, I don't know, may have been on your mind is, you have completed a really successful Maverick trial. You were able to include digital measures in that study. Can you first of all, introduce yourself, and then can you tell us a little bit about what it took internally? How did you make the case? How did you get that support to use those digital endpoints?
Thanks so much, Jen. And it's really great to see all the enthusiasm for this work and great to see this grow from an idea to something that's really a major effort. So first, just to introduce myself, my name is Priyanka Agarwal. I'm a physician and internist by training and have been leading the digital health program at MyoKardia. And I'm also still clinically active at UCSF, where I practice as a hospitalist. So, I think the biggest question for these digital measures is always, why are we implementing them, and what are we really trying to achieve, and how is using a digital measure better than what's already done today? And I think those are the questions that have to be answered. I think without it, you're left in the realm of, oh, this is interesting, this is the future, but it's a little bit, so what? So when we were planning our trials at MyoKardia, our initial area of focus was hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, which is an inherited cardiovascular disease. And when you talk to patients, the number one thing that you hear is just challenges walking in daily life and fatigue. And so when you hear that from patients again and again, it seems entirely reasonable to assume that a drug that's going to improve a patient's life is going to have an impact on their activities of daily living. So that was the major reason why we invested so heavily in accelerometry at MyoKardia. It was really, listening to the patients and understanding what challenges do they have, and realizing that, these point in time measures in traditional clinical trials may not really adequately capture the span of improvement that we're seeing for patients. And so, after we would meet patients who were on mavacamten, which is the drug we're developing, the first thing you hear is that you hear partners saying, oh, my wife can now walk 2 blocks. She couldn't do that before. And so, we saw a lot of those same changes that physicians were hearing anecdotally in the study, that patients and their families were telling us, reflected in the accelerometry data that we collected in Maverick, which was really, really great to see. And so, when I think about how do you convince others within the company, how do you convince executives, I think it has to go towards value and towards outcomes that wouldn't be achievable via traditional clinical measures. And I think if we really start there, that's really the best way of getting buy-in. I think that arguments around the future and, where this is where the field is going, I think ultimately do this field a disservice. I think the value here is really that you are measuring something that you can't measure in a traditional clinical trial. You're going to understand patients better, and then that's going to help you make better decisions around where you're making investments internally within a company. So that's really where we, founded our arguments, and, I think anyone responds to that. And, we don't want people to think about the value of digital measures any differently than they think about value in a clinical trial. And so we want to use the same value metrics and the same outcomes, and, really be hard about the science and hard about the methodology that we're using. And I think that's been something that we've talked about more broadly within this effort, is really having the rigor of really good science and showing the value for what we're doing.
Priyanka, I love that. It's been sort of the North Star here to make sure that while we've been trying to move quickly to put these resources out, we've maintained the scientific rigor. And, thinking about digital clinical measures in the same way we think about everything else is really important. And I love when you describe the story, because you always talk about the patient first. And I think that just characterizes how we do this well. Marissa, we've talked about the need to sort of perhaps manage up a little bit, pitch up a little bit to get that sort of executive cover and support to get this done. One of the other features has been sort of articulating the benefit to sort of colleagues who might sit more laterally, right? People that you need to come to the table as enthusiastic collaborators. Tell us how sort of you've negotiated this in the past, and how some of these resources might be helpful as you do that.
Hi, everyone. My name is Marissa Dockendorf. I'm a director in the Global Digital Analytics and Technologies Group at Merck. And part of my role is to help enable adoption, meaningful adoption of digital clinical measures and digital health technologies across our clinical drug development trials. And so, what I've noticed in my experience in terms of really helping drive adoption across the portfolio is that it's really important not to just take a top to bottom or bottom to top approach, but really both are really important. So it's important that you have the support of executive sponsors and senior leadership, and really understanding return on investment and the many potential benefits that some of the other panelists have outlined in terms of drug development, and helping kind of better understand our compounds and our patients. But it's also important that you have the support of the clinical trial team, because they're the ones that are really going to make it happen. And the reality is that some of these technologies are emerging, and it might be a bit new for us. And so there's a lot of things and logistics and lots of different things that need to be worked out. And so it's really important that you have their support as well, as we're sort of enabling our infrastructure to better accommodate these types of approaches. So you need both bottom up and top down support. And I think what's really great about this effort in terms of DIME and the Playbook is that you have tools that are targeted towards both audiences, towards several audiences. And so I think that, I, for one, I'm really looking forward to utilizing these tools that have been developed and helping with getting buy-in and sort of making the case, right, towards different audiences. So yeah, and it's been a pleasure to be part of this team. So thank you.
Marissa, it's been such a pleasure to have you. And I love how you describe that. It's not enough to have that sort of top to bottom or bottom to top. We have to bring everyone with us. And that's certainly emerging as a theme for today. I want to pivot a little bit. We've been talking a lot about sort of the value to decision makers, the value to your potential colleagues. One of the things I was really proud of this group was, it's not enough to articulate what's in it for me. We also wanted to serve up to those decision makers. What are the fundamental things that we need to make sure we don't allow ourselves to take our eye off? Bray, one of the things we did was sort of create some case examples for patient engagement. And first of all, I want to thank our Savvy colleagues. They were participants in this tour, but not this work stream, but yet still served up for us some tremendous examples. But what I find almost frustrating is, why are we still talking about we need to do patient engagement? Like, we've been banging this drum for a long time. We have compelling examples. What is it going to take for us to break through here?
Yeah. Thanks, Jen, and thanks to this group. Everybody was very committed to being patient-centered, and I really appreciate that effort. So I'm Bray Patrick Lake. I'm a senior director in the Strategic Partnerships Group at Evidation Health. We are a digital research and health engagement company. We specialize in using person-generated health data to better measure health and everyday life, and also to motivate patients to action. So I've spent a lot of my career, one as a patient advocate and as a leader of a patient foundation, who later got into trying to improve the clinical trials enterprise by integrating patient voice. So really, since 2013, we have been stepping on the gas pedal to develop frameworks for patient-focused drug development. And then also 21st Century Cures Act, I think, really helped us move forward with real-world evidence. But now, so back then we were kind of trying to change the culture and make it much more patient-centered, and we had the why. And then we had to get to the how. So we started putting out frameworks. And so we really put out a lot of things and a lot of tools around how to integrate patient voice and clinical trial design. And then we've got this whole blossom of digital tools and the digital health space with this new workforce. And at this point, it's kind of time to, to back up and get some new frameworks into place for digital clinical measures specifically. And so now we've got the tools, and some of them are also in the larger playbook around developing and selecting measures that matter to patients. And I really think we're kind of at this place of workflow adaptation. So we have the tools, we know that we should be doing it, we know now how to do it, but we have to get these tools, I think, into the workflow. And so if you take some of the things that are in this playbook, you can not only make the business case, because we also have economic models for patient engagement, and we can actually prove economically that this is the better approach, but we need to get this into really our scopes of work, our budgets, our timelines, and we need to make sure that people are accountable within the corporations that are actually doing clinical development. And we have to really also ensure that we aren't just proliferating a bunch of measures that are not meaningful to patients. So if we step back and we really think about doing the work with patients, that's honestly not that hard. I think it's very rewarding. It's just a matter of making sure it's built into your processes. So we always need to start with, the meaningful aspects of health, get to the concepts of interest, and then, we can look at some novel endpoints. I think we can get past novel. Some of them aren't so novel, but we also really need to resist that temptation to grab things that other people have put in their clinical trials. So like myocardia, your activities of daily living, absolutely the right thing, but that might not be, that endpoint that was successful might not be the right one to pull into somebody else's clinical trial. We still need to go back and make sure that whatever measure, even if it was successful in a regulatory setting, is still meaningful to patients. So I would just encourage everybody to take these tools and make sure that you build this into your workflow.
Strong call to action, strong recommendation, and I love it, Bray. Thanks for everything you've done as part of this work. Jeremy, let's come to you next. Look, Actigraph has been doing this work for over a decade now, really one of the early movers and still sort of powerhouses in these digital measures. Chris talked a little bit about how things have sort of changed over, the past few years. Tell us about how you've experienced sort of the embrace or otherwise of digital clinical measures and how hopefully the playbook can catalyze next steps.
Yeah, thanks, Jen, and nice to see everybody. I'm Jeremy Wyatt, the CEO of Actigraph, and we're here in Pensacola, Florida. Say hello to everybody from Florida today. But our mission is to bring life to digital data, and here at Actigraph, we're a medical grade digital biomarker company. We've been doing this a long time, as Jen said, and we're just very excited to collaborate with this team on bringing this to the next level. So, Jen, your question around, kind of where are we at and what needs to happen? We see this. Really a lot of confusion still in the industry, right? I mean, everybody's trying to figure out the best path forward. But I think we've spent so much time building a really strong foundation as part of the playbook, but even before the playbook. And so we've sort of seen the work that we've done over the past few months, bringing those things together to give us some clarity on how do we move forward with this. And COVID has given us a real good catalyst and timing on why and how we do this. So yeah, I think we've done a good job of putting those things together in the playbook. And so it gives us a roadmap, right, of what questions do we ask, what endpoints are available. I mean, Dime has over 200 on their site. What are those? How do we use them? It gives us clarity on how do the technical companies like Actigraph and the sponsors and CROs, how do we work together? What are the respective roles? Where should we be going? And it gives us clarity on how to continue to create these new endpoints that can be used to replace these really crude measures that are still out there incredibly. I mean, I think about Ray Dorsey and his speech a few years ago at the Digital Biomarker Summit, where he was just talking about how in Parkinson's, so many of these phase 3 studies fail to replicate the phase 2, and we end up spending millions of dollars, because we did a basic crude survey. And so, what we've got is an opportunity now to take, work together to define how to do that and move it forward. And the work we've done with the tour of duty has given a lot of clarity for executives to understand where are the opportunities to reduce risk, where are the opportunities to improve ROI, where can we look for the maximum benefit, and how do we apply these things. And so, as Amy said earlier, the nice thing is we don't have to wait on the answers to come from the regulatory agencies. We can, as a collaborative team, work together to begin to move those forward now. We've got plenty of places to start and plenty of places to go. So I'm just super excited about the work we've done, and I hope we can begin to see more momentum grow now that this is out in front of everyone.
Jeremy, it's been such a pleasure to work with you on this, and I agree that we've made some really great progress here for the right decision makers. Virginia, one of the things that we addressed was sort of the issue of regulatory uncertainty. And in this dossier, we serve up some proof points might be a bit strong, but a catalog of regulatory, like documented regulatory enthusiasm for using these digital clinical measures. What progress are you seeing? Amy talked really eloquently about this. Is there a cultural shift around like better embracing collaboration with our colleagues, having a little bit less fear, uncertainty, and doubt around the sort of the specter of our regulators?
Hi everyone, thanks for the question, Jen. So first of all, my name's Virginia Parks, and when I was in the tour, I was with Takeda as a digital strategist, but now I'm with Servier in the translational medicine group. So. And just briefly, that was my first participation in the tour. And, when I had some expectations, I thought I'd be able to share the knowledge that I'd accrued in that role, developing digital biomarkers and to learn from others. And also, knowing Dime, that there would be some creative energy that would sort of spur us along, and I wasn't disappointed. So I really enjoyed being involved. Thanks to everybody. And congratulations to Jen and Jean for meeting this launch and all the work that they've put into it. So back to the question, so the proof points, if you look at the material that Jean's put up on the board, there's obviously, these are quite encouraging and inspirational, and you read them and you really hear the call for an increase in submissions of digital endpoints and digital components. And back to what Amy Abernathy was saying at the beginning, there's this real kind of need or requirement for the regulators to work with industry to try to move digital endpoints and digital measures forward. So the general impression that I get, working in industry is that, digital measures have been evolving in pharma for some time from the bottom up. I think, Marissa, you mentioned that yourself a bit earlier, in a somewhat opportunistic way, right? So for change to occur from the top down, we need to show the potential for value. And I think we do that through this group, the work that's been done. And it's probably going to come via endpoint approvals and label claims. So this is going to take time, and regulatory colleagues are becoming more and more involved. And I think they're becoming increasingly involved as well as projects grow internally. And there's external influences such as participation in public-private collaborations, like the one I was involved in, IdeaFast, which is an IMI collaboration project looking at endpoints in fatigue and sleep. And that has a strong regulatory component, right? So there's some interactions with the EMA. And so all of this experience and the infusion back into industry and into sort of groups that are trying to develop internally within industry digital endpoints, it just helps with upskilling and adoption. So I do think that upskilling is an important aspect for adoption, and especially with our regulatory colleagues. So, through the lens of what we already know about drug development, like I already said, a regulatory approved endpoint is equal to value. So that really came out through the conversations in this working group. And as practices are reinvented and redesigned, and more submissions come through and actually, are approved, there's likely to be an acceleration in acceptance and in adoption. And actually, I should say, from my experience, there's already some conditions such as movement disorders where endpoints or endpoint development in the clinical development plans are already baked in to clinical development plans. And I've got experience across a number of organizations to be able to say that. So I think adoption is happening, and there's an expectation that this will be part of the submission package now, and regulators will be expecting that. So, and hopefully this will extend to other areas, obviously. So, so regulators are part of the conversation, and as end stakeholders, obviously, as Amy Abernathy said as well, and they have to be familiar with the process. So overall, I think that the progress is being made, and certainly this will certainly help.
Virginia, that's the theme of today. Progress is being made. I think it's a really positive stance we're in here, and really enjoyed working with you on this. Andy, my oftentimes co-conspirators in these sorts of projects, again, you and Priyanka sort of planted the seed that we tackle this. One of the things that you are very good at, and you brought into this dossier, is the importance of sort of storytelling. And in addition to the benefits matrix, we also have a number of different vignettes of these benefits sort of playing out in practice. First of all, intro yourself, and then tell us a little bit about those vignettes that exist for people, and give us a call to action. I want to end with you this morning on this panel. What do we do from here? How do we use all of this?
Zoom bingo for the last one, but muted. So I'm Andy. I'm the co-founder of Electra Labs, and I'm very excited everybody's here today, because what are digital measures if not stories, right? These are the stories of people's lives and how they live. And I think the thing that I'm most excited about digital measures is that they're the stories generally of people at home in their natural environments, rather than in other settings that might not, exist for somebody when they're being researched, or like in a very specific, more clinical setting that's not as much of a lived experience. So the vignettes are something people ask us for all the time, which is like, how do these things actually work? And how did you, you can look at the endpoint library, which is awesome, but then how do you actually put these things into practice? So the thing I'm very proud of that Digital Medicine Society has done is they've tried every different version of this. There's slides, there's stories, there's an online website. There's so many different ways that you can get the message out. And I think the thing that's been most inspiring for me about this community in general is that DIME has created a really great opportunity for people to take seeds and then make them grow. So this whole playbook was originally like a 10-page blog post. We were like, yeah, we can totally do this in like a very short period of, everyone's like laughing here because you all got roped into that. But I think if not to be like so hokey about this, but if you are frustrated about something and that you believe that the world can be different and it can be different and better for people, this is the community that will let you do that. So we're really excited that you're here. There's many resources. If you don't have the resource that you want, you can manifest it and somebody here will help you do that. So thank you for being part of it.
Andy, I'm not going to take any of the shine off those tremendous closing comments. All I'm going to do is thank you, thank David, Jeremy, Chris, Priyanka, Marissa, Virginia, other Chris, and Bray for just being extraordinary leaders on this. For folks on the line, we course corrected a couple of times with the dossier to make sure we landed it correctly for you. This was hard and thoughtful work by this team. So thank you, everyone. And I'm sure everyone is ready for what I'm about to announce. We are going to go ahead and have a quick break. We are going to stick on time. We are going to be back at 10 minutes to the next hour, unless you're our colleagues in India, and then you might be coming at sort of 20 past the next hour. Truly a global audience today, and delighted to have you all here. Team, thank you so much, and we'll see you live again in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone. The break was short and sweet, but we have a lot to get through today. I'm delighted to welcome our panelists for the next body of work we want to share with you and for the next session. We've really tried to be thoughtful about the order in which we're sharing resources with you today. My dog agrees that we're doing a great job. And we started with some really strong leadership from Amy. We then wanted to think about, you know, what is the role of clinicians in this? Let's make sure our clinical colleagues don't get lost, but are active collaborators in bringing this forward. How do we get executive support, and how do we get the cover and resources needed to do this work, not sort of intentionally and with the highest quality? And then finally, how do we think about, or not finally, and now we're moving to this particular group. We're thinking about, you know, we don't start with a shiny object. We don't start with, you know, let's just test this tool out in our trial or in our clinic, but really thinking intentionally about, you know, measurement as the foundation of everything we do. And I love the title of this panel, Let's Get Fit for Purpose. So with that, let me stop sharing and allow Jean to walk through and just give folks a little bit of a glimpse of the measurement resources that this team put together. So welcome everyone on the measurement team. You guys did an absolutely phenomenal job of solving a pretty pressing problem. You know, how do we think about, you know, getting the measure right, making sure that in fact a digital approach is the right one. And let me do one thing here, just so the view is correct. Thank you for your patience. I'm really sorry, guys. Give me just 1 second so I can get this right, and then we'll launch back in. I want to make sure that we're able to see everyone on the panel, so let's do that. Jean, do you want to walk through, I'm sorry, I fumbled that. So if you could walk through the resources again, I want to make sure everyone has an opportunity to sort of showcase what we have on deck and what this group did. Really thinking about, there's not a single solution. It's not a one size fits all approach to getting the measurement foundation. There are lots of different contexts of use. There are lots of different ways that we can derive enormous value from using these digital clinical measures in medical product development. And what we really wanted to serve up to you, and what this group inspired us to do, was to dig in, and for all of these different use cases highlighted in this landscape, to create an action-oriented checklist for the field to dig into. So with that, let's actually dive in. Let's meet the experts behind this particular panel, and let's learn about sort of the impetus for sort of creating these resources and how the field can dive in. And Betsy, I want to come to you first if I can. If for folks who know, they know, but there are definitely people on the line, and perhaps our tech colleagues coming at this from a slightly different background, who may not be familiar with what it means to do measurement science, or where you might find a measurement scientist. So if you could introduce yourself and just say a few words about sort of the field of measurement science, one that's been around for a long time and one that we mustn't try and reinvent the wheel on.
Sure, thanks, Jen. I'll start with my introduction. I'm Betsy Chosik. I'm the head of digital innovation in patient-centered outcomes research at Genentech. And I'd say measurement science really boils down to 3 things. First is determining what to measure, what's meaningful to measure from the patient's perspective. Second is ensuring that we're measuring it well. And third is making sense of the data and how we interpret the data and determine what is a meaningful change in the data. So in the digital world, our focus is more on the validation of the measure from a traditional outcomes research measurement science perspective, rather than the validation of the technology tool. So we really have to partner up to get the full validation picture for a tool and a digital measure combined. So a measurement scientist would be involved upfront in the process very early on in determining the meaningful aspect of health and the concept of interest. And it's knowing the right level of evidence to bring to make sure that we've documented that meaningful aspect of health and concept of interest to meet different stakeholder needs. So when we're going for a label claim, ensuring that we're having the right level of evidence for health authorities to know that we're measuring something that matters to patients. And then as a measurement scientist, I may take a step back during the verification steps. We may get a bit involved in the analytic validation steps. And then it's really during clinical validations where our skill sets come into play. So we look at how the measure performs in the context of use in relation to other clinical assessments or patient-reported outcomes. And we estimate the amount of change in the measure that's considered meaningful to patients. I think probably the most important thing is the main, if I could leave one message with when a measurement scientist should be involved, would be to reach out to your measurement scientist teams early, because it's that piece around the meaningful aspect of health and the concept of interest that if it's not done right at the beginning, you can have beautiful validation data all along the way in terms of your verification and analytic validation and all of your clinical validation and psychometrics. But if you're not measuring something meaningful in the end, that's a really hard thing to try to go back and fix, and you lose a lot of time and money and effort. So the earlier that we can get involved, the better, so that we're there for that meaningful aspect of health piece.
Fantastic. So Betsy, you set us up really nicely there, and you've really got to the meat of the content in this particular dossier across those different contexts of use, really thinking about, what is, how do we identify clinical relevance, and then how do we do the clinical validation piece? That's where we're focusing here. That's what folks will find laid out to them in this extraordinary menu of checklists that I'm, really action-oriented tools, really proud of this group. And Pablo, I want to come to you because, the impetus for doing all of this, the suggestion that set us down this route was you've experienced in your work that we're taking a one-size-fits-all approach to the level of evidence needed to sort of embrace and deploy these tools. Tell us about how you're seeing that sort of play out in practice and how these resources may be helpful here.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, everyone. I'm the Senior Vice President of Digital Health at Blackstone Therapeutics. We're a computational sciences company developing proprietary therapeutics focused on neurobehavioral disorders. So we need to see inside the brain, which is something that you really can't do with needles and things like that. My background in this space spans from 2006 when I started working at Pfizer, and our first digital app at the time was the Chantix smoking cessation companion app. And having worked in digital health since then, being at 3 or 4 different organizations and deploying digital solutions for clinical trials, providers, patients, what I've seen is that although there are regulatory guidelines around software validation, people working in those teams come from different places, different experiences. So everyone has an opinion on the respective approach that we need to take based on what they've done before. So it's a huge spectrum, right? From we don't need to do anything to we cannot move until we document it, right, and get it approved. So having that collective experience documented as we've done with this playbook can help teams move faster with an approach that's fit for purpose, right? You don't need to, build something super complex if it's not needed. So that's the approach that we took in the playbook, and I appreciate everybody's contributions in what we've built, hoping that we can speak a common language, right? It's been the theme of the morning or the evening across the forums.
Fantastic. Pablo, you started us exactly in the right direction. And Jordan, I just got a ping from you. I know you need to drop to go and deal with a bit of an emergency. Say a quick word to everyone on the line, introduce yourself, and then I know you have to drop, and I'm grateful for you being here at all today.
Thank you, Jen. So my name is Jordan Brownhoff. I'm a digital strategy lead within Takeda's R&D and Data Sciences Institute. And my role is to help the teams bring in digital technologies within clinical trials. So I'm what I would consider myself as a measurements person, by background. And my foray into pharma in the last couple of years has taught me a lot about sort of some of the struggles that we're seeing when we try to bring in these technologies. And I'm grateful for the Digital Medicine Society, for Jen, and for all of you guys coming together and helping us sort of make sense of this space. I think, as in pharma as a whole, we're still struggling with understanding what can we use different measurements for and when. And I think sort of going back to what Amy Abernathy was saying earlier, like we need a common language, and that common language also needs to span the level of evidence that we need to bring in place for a specific purpose. I think we understand that quite well for a lot of different applications. We're just not there yet, I think, for the digital measures. But what we've done here, I think, in this group sets a good foundation, and I hope that we all start building off of it and to be successful.
Fantastic. Jordan, thanks for being with us today. I do know you have to drop, and Jean's going to drop the link to the measurement panel into the chat for everyone. So as we talk about this landscape, as we talk about all of these resources, they are available to you. Yayan, let's come to you next if we can. We identified these 13 contexts of use that folks will be able to see as they open the dossier that Jean's dropping. And for each one, it's really interesting. We had the sort of question of, crikey, we're going to have to, address these 13 unique use cases. In some areas, we were able to find synergies and, in fact, very, very similar evidentiary requirements. And I wonder if you could talk to us about some of those examples. While we wanted to solve the problem that Pablo articulated around making sure evidence was fit for purpose, we also found some synergies. Tell us about that.
Absolutely, thanks, Jen. So, hi everybody, I'm Yayan Clay. I'm Director of Market Innovation at Evidation. Currently working on our health programs on achievement, which is our condition-specific health engagement experiences. At the moment, really focused on heart failure. So before I answer your question, Jen, I would firstly, I think many other people have said, but again, huge thanks to you and Jean. I think you guys have done an absolutely fantastic job organizing and motivating us through this. And I think the results are there for everybody to see. And I really hope this is a resource for everyone out there trying to bring change and ultimately bring value for patients, because I think that's the main motivation for so many of us. To come back to your question, I think one thing that we really struck on and really resonated, I think, with a lot of us was that, really the bar is decision making. When we talk about fit for purpose, oftentimes we're trying to, draw some sort of conclusion. We're trying to take some kind of action based off those insights. And it doesn't really matter whether you're deciding someone is likely to respond. So, for example, defining inclusion criteria for enrichment, or deciding whether they are responding, i.e. sort of an efficacy measure. Both require demonstration that a measure is fit for purpose. And although the specific experiments to validate such a measure may differ, the level of evidence and the framework for gathering that evidence are the same. And I think that is a beacon of hope for kind of people who are entering this field, relatively fresh, that yes, there are a huge number of applications of these approaches, but there is a thread that connects it, and there is now a community that's really going to support you in trying to, do what you're trying to do out there.
Fantastic. And Yayan, I first of all, I really appreciate how you talk about sort of the importance of the community in all of this. And I love that, in addition to a tremendous dossier, this gives us an opportunity to talk about how we engage with our measurement science colleagues in all of this. Kate, I want to come to you to highlight, it might not be my favorite question. It might be the question I annoy everyone with in this context is, what's the same and what's different, right? When we think about comparing this to sort of more traditional approaches to measurement, so on and so forth. We talked about where some of these, we may see synergies in or similarities in the evidence required. We also were a little bit surprised actually by areas where it might be quite different actually, when we think about what's the evidence that we want to have on deck, not just to be certain about how we're using it, but also from a strategic point of view as we think about evidence generation through the course of a trial.
Yeah, thanks, Jen. So first of all, hello, everyone. I'm Kate Leiden, Chief Science Officer at VivoSense, which is a technology company focusing on the science and analytics of using digital clinical measures in regulated trials as well as healthcare. I will say that I consider myself a recovering academic, and so I've spent most of my professional career doing team science where transparency and communication is paramount to success. And so participating in this tour, I know I'm a bit of an echo chamber here, but bringing together these very diverse voices has really been a privilege. I think we can't underscore enough what an accomplishment it is to bring together leaders in the industry in a pre-competitive space where really smart people are being really thoughtful about important issues and speaking transparently and productively. I really think that the efforts put forth in this tour will really propel the field in the coming months. So I'm excited to see how that transpires. And so thanks, Jen and Jean, for making this all happen. And thank you, rest of my sprint measurement team as well. So to get to your question, Jen, I think that, yeah, there are instances where the evidentiary requirements may be similar across what may seem like different contexts, but I think the important point here is that these contexts actually may not be that different in that scenario. So if we scratch beneath the surface, these contexts probably share similar properties or characteristics. But of course, as everyone has said, we can't take this one size fits all approach to digital clinical measures. And so there are absolutely instances where context will, dictate what we can do, can't do, what we should expect, shouldn't expect. I think that we need to think about it in terms of what is the intended use of our measure. And that can't be based on one factor solely. So it's more a collective group of factors that describes how we're going to use the measure. So things like, what is the endpoint definition or measure definition? How is it related to the meaningful aspects of health for that specific patient population? What's the positioning of that endpoint or measure within the trial? And what's the positioning of the trial within the larger drug development process? And so I think we really need to consider this from a holistic perspective. And so we have an example with secondary endpoint. So we might use a secondary endpoint as an efficacy endpoint in a pivotal trial. And so both analytical and clinical validity is required in this scenario, and the rigor of this evidence must be extremely high, because ultimately this endpoint will be used to contribute to regulatory decision-making. Versus in another scenario or a different context, we can use a secondary endpoint in an earlier phase trial, or even as a non-efficacy endpoint in a later phase trial. And so the intended use of this non-efficacy endpoint can range anywhere from just demonstrating proof of concept to gathering data to use for internal decision-making, things like collecting important information about the measurement characteristics of that specific measure in this specific patient population. And so in this example, we can accept that either or both analytical or clinical validity evidence bases aren't fully established across a diverse patient population, because the intended use of this secondary endpoint is actually to help build these constructs. And so clearly there's a difference in the types of validity that are needed when we have an efficacy endpoint versus when we have sort of these internal decision-making endpoints or early phase trial endpoints. But I think the take-home message, sort of as you said, is that depending on the context, it's not just the type of validity evidence that may differ that's required. But I think we also need to realize that validity evidence isn't all created equally. And so it's important to consider what the evidence is, how those data were generated, and is that data sufficient to support your specific use case?
Kate, you've laid that out incredibly well. These are, what we've done now is we've really dove into the meat of it. We've dove into the science. We're really insisting on making sure we have a sufficient evidence base that we can trust these measures in a given context of use. And what I'm really proud that this group did, that each of you did, was create a resource that distills the complexity in what you were saying, Kate, and as you laid out so nicely, and those resources are there, those resources are available. As you look at the checklists for these different contexts, not only is it serving up to you what's the evidence you need and the level of evidence you need, but it links in the moment out to those resources so that you can educate yourself or share that with your teams as you do this work. So Kate, you laid that out so beautifully. Ariel, I'm going to, so first of all, I was so delighted to get to know you and to work with you on this project. And you going back to what Amy Abernathy was saying, keep it fun. You were fantastic. We definitely once or twice poked a little bit of fun at you for being our oncology expert on the line. Oh, do oncologists always think it's a little bit different? You were a very good sport, but it got us to a point where we really, really got the evidence right. So you were absolutely the linchpin for this. But, you know, you lead oncology research, you lead these teams. And when we look at our endpoints library, for example, we don't have a single oncology endpoint listed there. It feels like it's lagging behind a bit. Tell us about sort of why you think that's manifesting and how some of the resources we've put together in the playbook might be supportive.
Thanks so much, Jennifer and Jean. Hello, everyone. I am a board certified medical oncologist and senior medical director at Covance by LabCorp. And this journey has been an amazing learning experience, 100%. I was totally outside of my comfort zone when I joined this team. A lot of reading, a lot of side conversations to definitely organize my thoughts and bring the value that the team needs. So I'm thankful for all of you colleagues. Thank you so much. And basically the reason is because most of our trials do not have digital measures as endpoints. We definitely collect a lot of quality of life data from our patients through questionnaires, apps. Sometimes some specific trials, one of the ones that I am leading that have some Fitbit kind of collecting information as an exploratory, but we still do not basically understand what to do with that data. And although there are some other groups that started to look at different measures, for example, to understand better the functional status of the patient, because we still use an subjective questionnaire that we ask to the patient how the patient feels to make decisions. Which does not totally make sense at this point. And other ones linking more to predict adverse event linked to specific therapies. So I think that it's not enough, and this collaboration blew my mind and definitely let me and my team understand that we need to think more about what to bring to the table in terms of digital measures. I think that the patient journey, it's the whole thing. As just Andy mentioned, is what happened when the patient is at home, what happened when the patient is not coming to our office, or just doing some specific visits that we usually have for the oncology trials, where we see a piece of what is going on with those patients. And that is totally linked to the DCT deployment, the decentralized clinical trial, and trying to bring those trials to the patients, especially for oncology patients that have to spend a lot of time, maybe for a blood draw and a brief consult with the PI of the trial. So it's an exciting moment. I think that you have the other challenge of the flow of the data, because we will start to collect data, and we have to be so sensitive in terms of what we are looking for and work in close collaboration with IT. We are actually doing that with our decentralized clinical trial team. We released an ebook with first thoughts in terms of how to review the data flowing from devices into the DCT platform. So super excited. We are doing a lot of internal job across different therapeutic areas to bring more value to our patients and to see more digital measures in our futures oncology trials. Thank you so much all. Yeah.
Aria, I love how you talked about sort of the learnings here, and I didn't know about the different demands, and we'll give you a little bit of slack here. You know, there are things that are different. Sometimes in oncology, you're relying on things that are predictive measures, and so that sort of changes the equation slightly, and we all learned from that, and that was incredibly powerful. So I think this underscores, you know, the entire culture of the work we did on the playbook, everything we try to do here at Dime, and who greater to learn from this morning than Amy about the importance of this as a little bit of secret sauce to getting this done. Betsy, there's a couple of things I want to do. I want to poll our audience, and I'll do that. I'm actually going to do that right now. I want to hear from folks on the line around how you are all planning to, or where you're working to develop these measures, where you're hoping to deploy them, where you particularly work and focus. It was a real this was not how I thought this particular dossier would go. I thought that, we would tackle, there would probably be a checklist, but really parsing out these 13 different contexts of use, including in the post-market, including for safety surveillance, was an audacious goal, and we achieved it. And I'm actually just looking at the results come in. I will take a second because there's a lot of options here. I will let people take the time to respond appropriately. But what I will share in just a second is we can see the use of these digital clinical measures across a variety of different settings, both in pharma and drug development, and also out in sort of everyday practice. So the work that this group did, and let me end this and share it back a little bit with the field. Hopefully everyone can see that. There's a really nice spread in the use of these digital measures. And so just to underscore, thank you to everyone on this team. We would not have been able to serve everyone on the line unless you did the hard work that you did. And actually, I'm just looking at the results, and the majority of folks on the line are actually working or aspiring to use these tools in pivotal trials to support labeling claims. That's the highest level of evidence. This is a community that is leading into this, and you've created resources that are really important. And Betsy, I'm going to come to you if I can. We started with you as we talked about, the need to embrace our measurement scientist colleagues. Amy, and a theme of all of this work, has been, we need to make sure everyone's at the table. We even talked about the learnings from the early days of PROs. How can, tell us the value proposition, right? Why is it so important to bring measurement scientists to the table? How will all of our efforts improve if we do it well?
Yeah, thank you, Jen. I think you raised a good point, kind of going back to the PRO world and seeing how measurement science has really evolved to bring lots of other measures forward as well. We found that those principles were applicable across clinical outcome assessments, performance outcomes, observer reported measures. And now bringing all that wealth of knowledge to the digital measure world, we're not really starting from scratch. I think a danger zone. So first I would say we can bring all that experience that we have, and that's highly applicable. It's great. There are things that are new that we have to add in and, make sure that we're aware of, the verification pieces, the analytic validation, all those other pieces that go along with it. And the data is a bit different. Clearly, there's more some contextual pieces about the data and what type of device it came from and all of that. But we're not starting from scratch. We've got a really good foundation to build on. I think the watch out that I was going to mention is that I think sometimes we might have even over-engineered the PRO world, where we were so focused on our dossier of evidence being really an overwhelming amount of evidence that sometimes people didn't want to work with their PRO colleagues because we would want this giant dossier. So I think really the focus of this work stream here on fit for purpose measurement is what's so important. And being able to recognize that a different level of evidence for different contexts of use is what we should be paying attention to. And that's why each of those checklists, recognizing that we can have slightly different levels of evidence, pulling on the expertise that we already have, but not over-engineering it.
Betsy, this is sort of your remarks there are so important, right? How can we be fit for purpose? It was the title of this panel. And I have to say, I think kudos to you and also Nikki Bush, who wasn't able to join us for this session. She'll be joining a little bit later, who is an important part of this was, none of this is dogma. We always need to be fit for purpose. And I think you guys being really open and honest about some of the missteps even in the early days of PRO, imposing levels of evidence that might not have been fit for purpose. We learned from that. Pablo, you drew on that and sort of tasking us with this. And I think that characterizes exactly what we're trying to do here with these teams, having those transparent conversations driving forward. And also every time we get a lesson learned, we deploy that to make future state better. So Betsy, Pablo, Yayan, Ariel, Kate, and also Nikki and Jordan, who aren't on the line right now, but were so important to this. Thank you for everything you did. These suites of checklists, how you integrated into those checklists resources that folks can draw on to meet the needs of the evidence that's fit for purpose in a given context of use has been fantastic. The process was fun, the work was tremendous, and I look forward to continuing all of this with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
And what I'm going to do, so we're continuing the arc of our story here. So we just talked about the importance of measures. We talked about how we sort of address, in fact, let's go back to the start. We started our day with the need to engage our regulatory colleagues as partners. Then we thought about the need to not forget and to embrace our clinical colleagues as the sort of end drivers of these tools in practice, and also as collaborators and co-creators of these measures. We also then thought about starting with the measure, not starting about the gadget, not starting with the widget, not starting with sort of the shiny object. And, the next question really has to be, and I love the title that this group put together, that's great, but if you're working in medical product development, I think there's a bit of a war on between our clinical colleagues this morning telling us it's a super conservative area. It's very much the same in pharma. How the heck do we make this work in our clinical trials? And I'm going to stop sharing for a second before I invite my colleagues properly up to the stage and let Jean just do a quick walkthrough of the extraordinary resources that this group put together. This group did not mess around. This is a big question. It's a question anyone working in medical product development is probably getting almost daily right now. What they put together was a list of 24 frequently asked questions that all point at how the heck do I get this in my trial? They laid it out over the timeline. In what order should I be asking these questions? They also said who needs to be at the table in order to correctly answer these questions. And you can see that through the color coding that's here. And then for every single one of these questions, there is a whole mini dossier of resources for you to take to your teams, for you to partner with. There is likely a worksheet, a decision tool, a discussion document, a timeline map. There is likely a micro dossier of a small handful of slides that can address your question. There's also probably a link to some published research. There's probably a link to some regulatory guidance. There's probably a link to a few examples. This team, you guys were absolutely fantastic. Every single team was audacious in their goals. But what you put together, building on the resources already in the playbook to offer those most comprehensive questions, was absolutely extraordinary. So I'm going to ask Jean to pop the link into the chat so that everyone can have access to this sort of wealth of resources that you all created. And we'll dive in and we'll talk a little bit about how we hope that all of these things will go ahead and impact the field. And so, Jess, let me bring you up first, and I'd like to go to you first if I can. So first of all, Jessica, it was great to work with you. And, one of the questions that I think is posed most often is, what operational considerations do I need to keep in mind during technology selection? We can talk about this sort of order, measure, tech, ops, but we can't pass them out perfectly. You put together a terrific sort of deployment worksheet, working with Matt on this. Tell us about tell us about your background, tell us about Winterlight, and then tell us a little bit about how we can tackle this hairy question.
Sure, thanks, Jen. So I'm Jessica Robin. I'm the Director of Clinical Research at Winterlight Labs. We're a technology startup developing tools to record and analyze speech patterns in the context of clinical research and clinical trials. And so one of the things that we hear a lot from our partners is people are really excited about speech and voice. They think this is an untapped area. We don't have great clinical measures right now, and it's really well suited to getting more data more frequently at home that's relevant to patients and so on. But I think all those features that make it new and exciting also make a whole bunch of uncharted territory in terms of how do we do this? How do we actually collect these data? How do we set up our trials? All the way down to device management. Who's going to train the raters if there are raters? If there aren't raters, how do we train the participants, et cetera, et cetera? So the idea behind this worksheet was to really break down sort of all those steps, all those questions, help demystify the process of working with new measures and think through the steps of it while planning a trial so that those questions can get solved and it can be more straightforward to integrate new measures into research.
Fantastic. And Jessica, it was, I think it was particularly powerful that you were able to have this sort of truly novel approach to capturing data to really pressure test these resources and make sure they work across all of the different ways in which we can be sort of deploying these digital measures in a trial. We're going to go through a greatest hits list of questions and get all of you to talk about these a little. And Gia, I'm going to come to you next if I can. I would like you to share, if you're comfortable, how often you hear the question, is this endpoint suitable for label inclusion? So this is a question we tackle in the playbook. Tell us about how you experience this question in your daily work and what we now have on the table to help folks with this.
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Jiet Poon. I'm a patient-focused outcomes measurement scientist at Lilly. And to answer Jen's question, how often do I get asked, is this endpoint suitable for label inclusion? With regards to digital health, digital sensor-related endpoints, not as often as, surprisingly, than say for a patient-reported outcome measure, for example. However, I do have to thank my digital health colleagues because they probably get the bulk of that question. Having said that, I do get asked quite a bit, and I think people always think that the people asking these questions are probably the people developing the clinical trials, but really the people that I get this question from, or we get this question from, really run the entire spectrum of the development team. We've got regulatory coming to us asking this question, early phase teams as they're considering what they need to include in, say, the first in human trials or phase 2 trials. And then the phase 3 clinical development team, we've got the medical team obviously asking that question. The people responsible for building the trial design, leadership, obviously, and then of course our stats colleagues and all the other operational colleagues do ask that question quite a bit too, because it does touch on every aspect of the entire clinical trial's function and success. And then of course, beyond the clinical trial development team, the commercial team is also interested because at the end of the day, they're the ones who have to go out and sell that product to our customers. And so I think a lot of the hesitation and a lot of the wariness behind including and asking such questions is because we have very little experience, not just within the company, but I think externally too, of there being regulatory precedents, for example, specifically within maybe our therapeutic areas that we develop drugs for as well. And so there's always that hesitation because development of a molecule is such a high stakes game. And also add to that the lack of familiarity with what the process is, how to implement it, how to even go about selecting an endpoint or selecting a measure or a tool that will help you accurately, will help you answer the questions that, address the endpoint. And so there are a lot of layers of questions and it all stems down to because the lack of familiarity. And I think this playbook, the dossier that we've put together will definitely help teams, think through each step in the process and for every stakeholder involved in the entire process. Okay, we've got this, what comes next? Or we've got that, what needs to come before that or after that? And how, like to answer the session, to echo the session title, how the heck do we implement this in our trials?
That's exactly right. And actually, Gia, what you've really highlighted, I think, is so important and why I love the way that you guys drove us to put together the landscape at the top. It's not just what are the right questions, but who needs to be present to answer them correctly. And it goes all the way back to what Amy was saying around we need this, lingua franca. We need this sort of shared sort of unifying language, and we need this shared unifying vision of sort of what good looks like and how we work through this together. And that's what you guys tackled sort of in this area. Jay, I'd like to come to you next if we can. One of the things that we talked about a lot was the necessity to have the right data infrastructure to ensure success. We have a variety of different resources on that in this particular dossier. Tell us though, why is that important?
Sure. Yeah. Hi, everyone. And thanks for the question, Jen. First, an introduction. My name is Jay Ren. I'm an associate principal scientist at Merck and in the Global Digital Analytics and Technologies group. My role includes the development of novel digital biomarkers, and I also work alongside the clinical trial teams to drive the adoption of these technologies into our trials. And to answer your question, Jen, the challenge here is that remote monitoring technologies bring in very, very different data types, as well as also decision-making frameworks that are very different from what we are used to handle. And beyond the derived endpoints, what we see is that there are also large volumes of lower level sensor outputs that is collected and transferred. The trial planning team often need to think about how each piece of data get moved around in the trial, where they are transferred among sensors, hubs, apps, dashboards, data sets, databases. When will these transfers happen? How can we ensure security, privacy, and GCP components are all in place throughout this process? And also, how can different data streams be aggregated together, right? And how will they be then triaged to inform in-study decision-making as well as outcome analysis? It sounds like a really overwhelming task, and obviously it needs to be hugely collaborative. So the question is, where do we start, right? And not to pile onto that, but we all know that digital technologies are evolving incredibly fast, with algorithms and biomarkers continue to be developed as we go. In some cases, we want our data infrastructure to be flexible enough and be able to adapt to these emerging and future algorithms, but we also need to do that in a secure and compliant manner, right? And I think all of these are new areas and can be overwhelming for clinical teams. The microdex that was developed really aimed to help with this process. It provides great considerations as we go about designing fit-for-purpose data flow architectures for our own trials. I really like the word demystifying that Jessica used, and I think we're doing exactly that, right? And you know, I like to say that it has been such a fantastic experience being part of this tour and developing these materials that can really help move the field of trial adoption forward. It has been a tremendous resource, and you know, we're really excited to share with everybody.
Fantastic, Jay, you gave that really good voice. And one of the things, you know, now we're in the thick of it, you know, as I listen to all of you as experts, I think about what we had from our measurement colleagues, and now we're learning from you as sort of ops experts here is, you know, there aren't simple fixes, there aren't silver bullets, but that's why what we've served up here, I'm so proud of, because they're these sort of action-oriented resources. Matt, I want to come to you next if we can. And you know what, from the very start, David mentioned this when we started the executive panel, it's been a feature through the day. You know, we're talking dollars and we're talking timelines, right? When we think about sort of degrees of freedom to get this work done. Timelines obviously top priority, getting that right. And unfortunately, what we've seen a lot of, and we'll get to this later when we get into our sort of use case from the pre-mortem towards the end of the day is, you know, there are decisions made early on that to sort of prioritize timeline, not do the new steps that digital requires. And that leads to some sort of downstream challenges. Let's call them challenges, shall we? One of the resources we have, you know, we talk about getting timelines right, is mapping out sort of the impact of using these tools onto timelines. Talk to us about what you've seen. Talk to us about the implications of getting this right and what we've developed for folks.
Sure. So hi, everyone. Matt Biggs. I'm the Vice President of Applied Science at Actigraph. Started here around 11 years ago, mainly working with the scientific research community and different, you know, NIH, FDA, CDC for objective measurements. You know, with regards to this question, I've seen it during our first few projects in clinical trials. It was oftentimes, hey, I'm starting a project in 6 weeks, and I have it in the budget, right? Well, that's great. I'm glad you have it in the budget, but it oftentimes leads to a lot of pain points, site burden. You know, the sites weren't accurately trained. The translations for the manuals didn't happen because we were on such tight timelines. Even the deployment schedule for the participants, things like skin irritation, the disease symptoms, all these need to be taken into effect. And that means that we need to address these at an operational level far prior to protocol synopsis. while you will find some vendors that are extremely flexible, and that's great, but we should make a proactive approach of collaborating very early on, like during protocol development, allowing it to be collaborative between the different tech vendors, the CROs, the sponsors, and design the trial for success in the end.
Matt, I really like how you're able to draw on some examples there and how you're able to talk about the importance of it. And I think we learn a couple of things from this. We learn not only the need to do this deliberately and completely to make sure that, you know, these teams are positioned for success, but also we've talked a lot about the need to collaborate, the need to share best practice. Starting from scratch, you also mentioned scratch as a measure, so forgive me, starting from scratch every single time and not sharing that knowledge could potentially make this an insurmountable burden. When we have done that work in a certain context with a certain technology and a certain population, the need to share those learnings so that every time we go back, we're able to start a few steps ahead. That I think is the secret sauce to move us forward. And I think, you know, what I hope is not only will folks be able to access these sort of open access resources to do the work, but will, in the same way that you guys all came to the table to share your expertise, we'll start sharing that knowledge. I want to keep working through some of our questions that we cover in this, because I'm sure so many people in the audience are sort of nodding their heads and saying, yep, this is stuff we bump up against. Santosh, you picked a question that I probably get about 5 or 6 times a day here at Dime. Is it validated? Tell us a little bit about the manifestation of this question and tell folks about the tool that we have on deck to help them negotiate this.
Absolutely. Hi, everyone. I'm Santosh. I'm joining from Mumbai. I have a background in pharma R&D. I have worked leading global clinical projects and teams at Novartis, Johnson & Johnson, and Pfizer. And since last few years, I'm working as a consultant on digital health innovation projects. And yes, Jen, coming to your question, you're absolutely right. We get a lot of these questions. Folks are confused about what is validation, how do we validate, what do we validate, and things like that. We actually have a very good resource, our own paper from Dime on verification validations that's called V3. So we thought that why not turn this around and make it into a fun tool. So take people through the different steps in validation, including the technical verification that is involved, the analytic validation that is involved, and then lead to the clinical validation. We had a lot of fun developing this tool. I'm sure this is going to be one of the best that people will come back to through Playbook. So I request everyone to go through it and enjoy working through the validation steps.
It is a decision tool that is out there to help you not only work through the big question of is it validated, which is a complex question, but also puts at your fingertips the resources you need to work through each of those steps. And Santosh, I was really delighted you had such an innovative way to try and tackle that question. And I hope that folks find a lot of value in using it. I want to come to you next, Susie, and talk a little bit about, you know, silos has been a feature of the day, right? Siloed teams, siloed knowledge. There was a really terrific question that you guys sort of encouraged us to answer together. How do I pick the right connected sensor that works not only for the needs of my patient, but also for the needs of the trial? Really sort of bringing these two things together and insisting that we don't keep those either as, you know, we're only answering one of those questions. Unfortunately, when that happens, unfortunately, patients often go to one side, but also making sure we're doing it in the same breath and not passing it out.
Yes, thanks, Jennifer. My name is Susie Foos. I'm on the decentralized clinical trials team at Covance by LabTorp, looking at innovation enablement. I think I'm going to adopt the byline of my job as how the heck do we do this? So a lot of my job is looking at how do we take these innovations and really make them a reality. So Jen, I think you're totally right. Picking the right tech partner is really complex. It's not just a looking at the order. I think we talk a lot about order. It's not just, oh, I have this technology, it's that shiny object, let's go with it and figure it out. It's also not about, okay, I have a measurement, I have this meaningful aspect of health, I found a device or a sensor that can measure it, I'm done. It's much more complex than that, and we need to take a thorough and holistic assessment when you assess all these questions, and there's going to be different subject matter experts involved in each of those questions, making the determination, does this sensor fit what I need? It's also important that you might not find the best, like something that answers all the questions as yes. So really being able to, okay, if this is not a true yes for this particular question, what is the risk of it being a no, and what mitigations could I take to really find the best technology? And you might have to search many different technologies or sensors to find the one that best fits your criteria. And that could be very overwhelming. Project teams have so much else that they're looking at. This is just one aspect of their trial, right? They're looking at study startup, countries, timelines, regulatory submissions, getting sites on board. So we've developed a checklist to hopefully navigate some of the questions that you need to ask, references to the playbook, and also other collateral that we've created on this tour. I find that this checklist is really that bridge between finding tech that has the right measurement and it meets B3 and it fits into your technical, security, data, operational needs. And most importantly, it fits the needs of the patient. And I think that all these criteria really need to be evaluated when you're picking the right sensor.
Susie, you articulated that really well. And I think that was why it was so important that beyond, here's a 407 slide deck, we actually pulled this out, and the work that you guys did to supplement, not only by creating microdecks, but creating action-oriented resources. The work you did has been absolutely phenomenal. And I want to pull on a thread here for a second and maybe toss it back to you for a second here, Matt. Susie mentioned something that is a real sort of aha moment for many folks as a result of the playbook, the need to not just pick the right technology, but also the right vendor partner. And when you have that, you have to be able to first define what the right vendor partner looks like, and then really sort of collaborate with them to make sure that there's a clear understanding of who's responsible for what. Tell us from your vantage point, maybe through successful experiences or otherwise, why that's so critical to get right, not just the tech, but the right vendor partner.
Sure, absolutely. So oftentimes what you'll see are, we're collaborating with multiple vendors for a single project. And these vendors aren't always billion-dollar companies. They're startups, right? They're small to medium-sized businesses. Some of them have great technology, great algorithms, have experience on a population or disease. Maybe they don't have a 24-hour support line though, right? So that's a negative, right? But if you are collaborating early on, it's potential that maybe the CRO has a 24-hour support line, and FAQs can be sent, from the small to medium-sized tech companies. So you really approach it as a team setting. No competition needed, right? This is what I'm good at. Let me do this. And when I do fall short, maybe someone else can pick up, the slack. And it's that full collaboration. It might be a technology wearable, a spirometer, your EDC system, the CRO. But if we see a gap, it's not a game stopper. It's just one of who has the bandwidth to rise to the occasion per project.
Matt, I really appreciate that. And I think, it just underscores, there are going to be a few fundamental things that folks are going to take away from our work on the playbook and sort of best practices going forward, right? We've created all this collateral for folks. Hopefully it's very useful. I expect it will be. I think it's going to move the needle, but it will only work if we do things like the collaboration that you mentioned. Other colleagues on the line have talked about internal collaboration, making sure the right folks from your internal organization are at the table, and then your external partners. And so sort of following that thread a little bit, Jen, I want to come to you. I've been saying it since before tech was even a thing, engage patients, engage them throughout. And now that tech is very much here and here to stay, it's not a single touch point. It's, talk to patients about whether you're identifying the right measure, really engage them in the measure development process, think about the technology and also the deployment bit, right? All of that is key. You, Savvy, so thank you, donated some phenomenal storytelling around, the power of doing this. That's included in the executive dossier. Help us think through today around how we actually do that in practice. We've made the case for it. It's in the executive dossier. How do we actually do that?
Yeah, well, first of all, congratulations for all this amazing work. It's truly remarkable to see it all come together. So I'm Jen Horenjeff. I'm the founder and CEO of Savvy Cooperative. Savvy is a patient-owned co-op that helps to connect companies and innovators directly with patients and caregivers so that they can do this kind of work. And I care so much about this because I am a patient first and foremost. I was diagnosed with juvenile idiopathic arthritis, among many other autoimmune conditions when I was an infant, before becoming an academic researcher working in clinical trial outcome measure sets. And maybe to exemplify this, I want to share a quick story about a study where they were working in RA and they were using an activity tracker, and the hypothesis being that as their RA was under more control, they would see the activity and step count go up. And sure enough, they found that one subject that was the opposite. Their activity level was going down as pain levels were going down as well. And so they actually called up this participant to say, like, is everything working? Are you not wearing the tracker? And they said, no, I feel amazing, but I'm an author. And so now that I feel well enough, I can actually sit down and write. And so here it just goes to show that this may not actually be the correct endpoint for every person. And we need to maybe do some work prior to, deploying these things to understand, are we taking a holistic approach to understand the impact of our therapeutic on somebody as their, holistic self. And so I think that what I want people to understand is that we need to do the work with patients early to understand what this is. So we don't have to make these phone calls. We don't have to make amendments mid-trial, that we can actually do that work. And it's also really important to think about from a diversity and inclusion lens as well, to make sure that we're not just guessing kind of in our ivory towers what makes sense for us and our peers, but also thinking really thoughtfully about what other populations may need, their comfort level being tracked to begin with, and how they understand what data is being collected, for what purpose, who has access to it, what happens after a trial, could this get then distributed to another company and bought and sold. And so just all of these different things that we can really be more thoughtful about an informed consent process if we do the work to work with the communities we're trying to serve before deployment. So that's really the message that I want people to leave with, is that patients are your partners in developing these trials for success. And so if we do the work, we're going to see the benefits.
Jen, I love how you've teed that up. The story is really powerful. And I think, let's follow the bouncing ball a little bit here. If we don't do it, just as you've said, either we're going to get to a point where there's an awful lot of expensive data that we simply can't use, or there's not even a lot of data and it was very expensive. So, the ethically correct thing to do is to focus on the patient. That's why we're all here. That's why we're all in this industry. And I also love that you gave such powerful voice to fully representing all of the different patients and the people that, again, we are here to serve through this work. It's inadequate to sort of cherry pick. A convenient sample simply won't do. Really, really powerful call to action. Team, this was a fantastic body of work. Before I thank you and we close these things out, I would like to have a little bit of fun for this next poll. We're going to put a poll up here. We picked, of the 24 questions that all have these sort of robust sort of dossiers to support you and your teams answering them, we picked a few from the greatest hits. Please let us know which is the first FAQ that you are going to be diving into at the end of today's session, which is the first one you want to use with your colleagues and with your teams. And I'll give you just a second to read through and select. I get the fun of watching these results come in live. Let me end this and share. So first of all, Santosh, ding, ding, ding. Is this clinical measure validated? Top question here. But also what's quite, I think, compelling is, there are questions across the board. And that's why I am so incredibly proud, guys, of the work that you put together here. I also want to recognize our colleagues, Katie Jones and Matt Pipke, who weren't able to join for this session today. They were all, and Andy Karvos was part of this work as well, making sure that we recognize everyone on this team. There are 24 frequently asked questions that are asked and answered with who needs to be at the table, action-oriented resources, and the evidence that will support this decision-making. This is an extraordinary contribution to the field team. Thank you so much for the work that you've done here. It was an absolute pleasure. And I'm thrilled that this is now live and in the hands of the folks who need it. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Jen.
And folks may be delighted to hear that we're at the point where we're going to take another short break. So it will just be a 10-minute break. We have so much material to share, but please take just a couple of minutes and join us again at top of the hour, or Santosh for you, bottom of the hour, and we will dive back into our next session. Thanks so much, everyone. All right, welcome back, everyone. We are making extraordinary progress through the phenomenal suite of resources we now have available to you as a result of our work on the Playbook. I'm absolutely delighted to welcome my colleagues from a panel focusing on academic research. We started the conversation today underscoring the importance of our academic colleagues and the work they do in building trust in this field. And it's interesting, we'll tell you a little bit about the work we did in just a moment, but I didn't get that right. I skipped over the punchline. I'm so sorry. Show me the money was what we should have been working on. And that it was not the conclusion that I was expecting from this particular working group, but it was absolutely tremendous work here. And so what I'll do is I'll invite all of my colleagues to please turn their videos on. We'll go ahead and get started with this panel. We'll bring you up to the stage proper, and we will take it from there. So first of all, as we said, the importance of sort of building trust in all of this field is absolutely critical. And I'll ask Jean to do a quick whistle-stop tour of the academic dossier in the new Playbook website that exists for you. And there's a couple of things that I think are really extraordinary. And let me just pause. In fact, Jean, if you are able to share, that would be tremendous. But if you're not somewhere where you can, that's absolutely fine. There's a couple of things that we put together that really are tremendous, and I think a testament to this group's commitment to clinical quality work on a tech timeline. Not only did this group put together a really beautiful landscape of academic research that's related to digital measures, all of the different places where you can find a variety of different academic expertise to support all of the work that we recommend and I'm just trying to get my view right, that we recommend in the Playbook, but we also put together a manuscript because we did that on a short period of time. It was really important for us not only to map out who is sort of available to us, where the experts sit within academia, or the variety of different ways that we ought to be leaning on our academic colleagues to help us here. But we also have in submission a systematic review really looking at what sort of research has been published recently by our academic colleagues on digital clinical measures, really characterizing that field. We passed it out by the different types of sensors, by the different types of research questions, and then in an absolutely sort of fascinating and really, really important question to the field, we also looked into where is this funding coming from. So with that, I want to thank all of you for the extraordinary work. You have reset the bar a little bit, I think, in terms of how quickly we can do the highest quality research, including in academia. And with that, Jessalyn, I'm actually going to come to you first. You know, one of the hypotheses that we were testing in our work was, you know, the fact that, well, it wasn't a fact, but the question around are existing funding mechanisms keeping pace with this rapidly evolving field of digital clinical measures. So maybe you can introduce yourself, the Big Ideas Lab, and talk to us about how we came to that hypothesis.
Sure. First of all, I just want to thank you, Jen and Jean, for leading this sort of amazing feat of bringing so many stakeholders together from kind of so many different areas. And we're really excited and grateful to be a part of this incredible community. So I'm coming from Duke University. I run the Big Ideas Lab there in biomedical engineering and biostatistics and bioinformatics. We do a lot of work using data coming from wearable devices, or if we want to use the more specific term of biometric monitoring technologies, where we have digital data coming in and we want to use it to develop some, for example, digital biomarker. And I guess where this idea kind of came from is that, you know, as you and I have been talking, and as we've been talking with sort of other members of DIME over the years, we're seeing that a lot of the devices that we're using, the data coming off of them isn't what we might expect for a typical clinically validated or FDA approved sort of device. And so part of the question was, where does academic research come into all of this? We have lots of folks using these devices for a variety of reasons, whether that's wellness or in the clinic or in clinical trials. And we want to make sure that when we have that data, that it really is what we think it is. And so we started to look into, what academic work is going on in this space. Are there certain types of sensors that have more research being done than other types of sensors? We actually broke academia along with this amazing group of people whose faces are on the screen into these sort of subcategories of the different types of academic research. And I'm sure that you'll talk about that, Jen, so I won't dive into that too much. But we wanted to know, are there certain areas of academia, of types of sensors? Are there certain funders that are really supporting this work? And if there are any gaps, where are they? And, let's identify them so that it's something that we can address. So that was the work that we decided to undertake. Mobashir, who's on the screen, kind of led the punch in making sure that could happen on a really rapid timeline. And everybody kicked in a lot to make that happen.
Everyone really did kick it in a lot. And anyone who has done this kind of work before knows that a systematic review is an inordinate amount of work. But we determined that the questions we were asking was really important until we could characterize and make it easy through that sort of landscape map to see where sort of academic expertise to support every single question you could possibly need to ask, where you can find these resources in the landscape. That wasn't enough. We really needed to understand where the activity was. And so, Mobashir, in fact, I'm going to come to Simona next, if I can, because one of the things that's really interesting is that OpenM Health, your organization, sits within an academic institution, OpenM Health, you and the team work tirelessly on these standards. And yet that we found the amount of sort of research funding for this particular field almost non-existent. Tell us about the implications of not getting this right. Tell us what happens if we continue to misallocate sort of the funding available to promote the field with the actual underlying sort of research needs to move this forward.
Yes, thank you. So it was great to see, the numbers, basically. I mean, not the said results, but great to see the numbers. And the paper highlighted how the research on standards is among the least well funded. But I have to say that we actually, as our OpenM Health work for the last 3 years, and a shout out to NIBIB at NIH, is being funded by a grant, by an R24 grant by NIH. And that has allowed us in part, one of the many things we've done to actually move our work to within IEEE and work towards making our standard an international consensus-based within IEEE. So what is the implication? The implication is that then, so you have all these data and then they're not standardized. And so the problem is that when you're collecting this data and you're trying to analyze the data, then they all look different. And so this is a problem that we've seen before, right? There's all this excitement, and digital health is developing very fast. So there's an enormous amount of data. Everybody is very interested, but it comes from different sources, different sensors, different situations. And then when you're trying to pull the data together to make inferences, to produce results, then there's all this time that's needed to make sure that the data can actually be pulled together. And that's where the lack of standards becomes acute. And in a sense, it's already late in the process. So I know you've heard this by design before, but putting the idea of having interoperability by designs, that's what helps avoid this time at the end that needs to be devoted to mapping the data to make sure that it can be pulled together. So these are the implication is time that is spent in doing something that by using standards, then you don't have to do.
Simona, that was such a compelling example, and I want to tie that together for a second. But I didn't tee you up very well. Just quickly introduce yourself to everyone on the line so they know a little bit about your background and how you're able to look at this so thoughtfully.
So, well, I started working as a nurse, and I started. Then I moved in data management for pharma company and then a biotech. And actually, I have to say that in my work at a biotech, that's where I had firsthand experience of how much faster things happen when you use standards. And so I've become, by experience, a standard, devotee, let's put it that way. So now my work then moved into academia now, particularly as within OpenM Health, which has been around for over 10 years, devoting myself to modeling, developing the standards for standardized representation of mobile health data. That's where I come from.
So Simona, I want to tie some of these together because you've spoken so eloquently about sort of the need for standards, and sort of that's your area of expertise. And of course, characteristic of the playbook, we have all sorts of different standards. What you have said sort of links back to what we were talking about, even in sort of clinical trial ops, which is interesting to tie these things together. If you don't get it right up front, then you're going to have downstream challenges. And I think the other theme from today is if we try and go this alone, it's going to be incredibly challenging. So the opportunity to leverage our academic experts, our colleagues, to try and do some of this work at the field level instead of a sort of case by case use base, where either you might not realize what you're sort of risking downstream, or it might just take too long. And I think about the work you do, Jessalyn, a lot of the work around thoughtful, rigorous analytical validation, for example, to confirm that these sensors perform well across different skin tones. Tina, I think about the work you do to translate these things into public health. John, putting it into the sort of clinical research and clinical care settings within the Brown Center that sits at the intersection of those two things. The opportunity to get this right, and that's really why we mapped this out. We wanted to make it very, very easy for all of our industry colleagues to find you guys as experts, and then make the case to support the research you do. So Mobashir, let's come to you next. I'd love you to introduce yourself to everyone. You didn't start on the team, you may have got voluntold to the team. We all learned so much from you. You did a phenomenal amount of work leading an enormous team of students who did, deliberate, rigorous data extraction to help us answer these questions. And, the answer we found was this research is happening. There are definitely enormous gaps, and there are definitely funding gaps. As you think about sort of a postdoc, an expert who is inspired to come to this field, how does that make you think about sort of, how you want to use your expertise in sort of future career?
First of all, let me thank you, Jean and Jennifer, to give me the opportunity to work with all these experts in the field and to work for the systematic review. I have learned a lot from the systematic review. And when I'm combining this from my own experience, it kind of broadens my understanding of it. And I see the importance of like data interoperability, and then standards, and then security and ethics and all sides of it. So just before going into the details, just let me briefly introduce myself. I am Mobashir Sandhi. I'm a postdoctoral associate in the biomedical department at Duke University. I'm working with Dr. Jessalyn Dunn. I finished my PhD in electrical and computer engineering from Georgia Institute of Technology. My research interest lies in like the field of development of sensor and corresponding signal processing and machine learning algorithms to extract clinically relevant information from the sensors to monitor patients with chronic conditions, especially heart failure. So as an electrical engineer by training, most of my work involves like sensor development and validation, and then identifying key parameters that we can extract from these sensors, and doing research with analyze the data and visualize this data. But from my own experience, when we focus a lot more on these, we neglect like the standards that Simona was mentioning. Like, can this sensor be utilized in other setting, and can we incorporate this with other sensing modalities? So when we have like multiple sensing modalities working together in a clinical setting, or maybe in a remote home monitoring setting, can we work them together? So we have to neglect that. As well as electrical engineer, when we develop a sensor, we think a lot about like hardware security. Like, is it safe for the individual? Or if the current is limited by the safety standards, this sort of thing, but we don't focus a lot on the data safety side of it. Like because we have seen a rapid adaptation of digital clinical measures in our daily life. So when you're developing these sensors, we are gathering a lot of digital information that can be identifiable. If we need to think about like how we can maintain the safety and security of this data. And just to give a personal experience with the ethical side of it, we were developing a sensor for stress monitoring. However, it was working fine with all of our lab mates during my PhD, but for our African American lab mates, it was not working good. Later, we found out like it's a common issue with the optical sensor and the skin tone, whether it will work fine or not, people doesn't know yet. So there need to be research in these domains to make sure like we are using them ethically and equitably across different patient population and healthy individuals. So from my own experience and going through the systematic review when I was doing that, definitely we need an integrated and coordinated efforts across academia, funding agencies, as well as industry to make sure like these digital clinical measures can be an evidence-based field that is worthy of our trust. And I would definitely like to pursue these areas in my future research as well.
Fantastic. Mobashe, you certainly inspired us with all of your hard work, and I'm glad that some of the work we did here has helped sort of inform next steps in your career. John, I'd like to come to you next. So you work at the Brown Lifespan Center for Digital Health, and if I butchered that, I apologize. But it's a very, very cool sort of research group where you do sit at the intersection of sort of the state's largest health system, and also this phenomenal sort of academic institution. How do you think about, how do you see this interaction between academic research and sort of, a more traditional health system sort of panning out in practice every day?
Yeah, thank you so much for that. So hi, everyone. I'm John Patania. I'm the program director for the Brown Lifespan Center for Digital Health. We are dual affiliated with Brown University and Lifespan Health System, really cutting across various departments and schools, including computer science, engineering, psychiatry, human behavior, and of course, the School of Medicine and School of Public Health. Our mission is to design, test, and deploy digital health projects to really address society's most pressing health concerns. And we operate under the values of innovation. So that's really pushing the edge of how we think through to solve problems. Equity, which is knowing that our work is rooted in the communities and the patients that we are trying to serve. And as we learned in the manuscript that we wrote up, there's a lack of research around kind of the security and ethics components. And finally, the value of integrity. So knowing that we will always use evidence-based, kind of best of class methodology. The center, it really does sit at a unique position where we're at this intersection of the academic sphere and the healthcare sphere. So we really leverage the collaboration with researchers and clinicians. So for those who work on kind of both ends of the spectrum. As my colleagues have mentioned, it's all about collaboration. And as a common theme throughout this whole kind of presentation, and it started off with Dr. Abernethy, it's finding that common, that shared language. And this is why the Playbook is such an invaluable resource. Academic research is the foundation of operationalizing digital clinical measures because of the rigorous methodology in this V3 framework that we've been talking about, verification, analytic validation, and clinical validation. At the CDH, when we work with industry partners, we walk them through this process. What is sound research? What language do we need to share? How do you keep the lens of equity and ethics? The wonderful thing about collaborating with this kind of university slash healthcare system is that we will provide industry partners with the objective kind of proof of concept data that they need for these federal and foundational research grants. So grant applications will look for this data. They will ask you, how did you develop your digital clinical measures? Who did you test it on? What was your process? And academic institutions that's what researchers do. We do this and we'll provide this kind of information. And again, it all ties back to the playbook. We have, this is an amazing team, and guided by Jennifer and Jean, we have all this information now in the playbook to really spell this out for folks in industry and other players in the field. So I'm really excited to share this and to have this as a resource.
Fantastic. And, you know, John, what you described and what you have at the center is pretty unique, and it starts to sort of demonstrate what the value is here if we can put some of what we've done in this dossier into practice, right? If, you know, we created this landscape map so it's easier to find the expertise that you need to really sort of catalog all of the different ways in which our academic colleagues could and should be driving this field forward as collaborators. That's been a conversation through the course of the day. You know, equal partners in this. So really terrific, you know, and hopefully through the landscape and through the research we've done, we're moving people in that direction. Tina, I want to pivot to you for a second. So I was not the only Brit on this particular team. You were with us. You sit at the intersection of academia, of technology, and a little bit of public health thrown in there for good measure too. Tell us a little bit about sort of how you see the intersection here, how we've laid out the different kind of research, and how our findings, the idea that, you know, there is research happening. We're seeing like good pockets in V3, which is table stakes. Good, that's happening. And then people are leaping ahead to ops with massive gaps in between. Are you, I know you don't have the data. I know we were US focused in the study, but do you feel like this jives with what you're seeing in the UK? And I should specifically say, and Europe, because they're not the same anymore.
Thanks, Jen. So I'm Tina Hurst, and I'm an exercise and nutrition scientist, and I'm the scientific officer at Active Insights based in Cambridge in the UK. I've always worked in industry, but always closely with academic researchers. Active Insights is a digital health company, and we specialise in the objective measurement of physical behaviours and lifestyle. And our technologies are used worldwide within clinical trials, health management, public health, and research markets to provide accurate and continuous remote monitoring of lifestyle. This systematic review has importantly highlighted areas of strength and weakness. And as Jessalyn mentioned, there's substantial work being done in some areas such as validation, but other areas such as data security and ethics are requiring significant future research. The marriage between academia and industry is really vital for this field. It's both a synergistic and symbiotic relationship, and we need to leverage these opportunities in order to be able to advance. I mean, digital clinical measures need to be correctly characterized and validated to be acceptable for use in clinical and grant-funded settings. As you mentioned, Jen, due to time constraints and practicalities, this review was purely based on the US. And the US is quite unique in that it's a sizable nation, and so it's able to function almost independently from the rest of the world. But it also deals with things in a slightly different way. So the US system comprises of a smaller number of universities, but they have much larger revenues than their European counterparts. Whilst in Europe, the largest proportion of the resources are directed to more of the middle-sized institutions. In the US, there's a significantly larger proportion of your GDP that's allocated to research than in Europe. And also private revenue accounts for a main source of income in the largest institutions in the US. Whereas in Europe, it's more a combination of state allocation together with third-party funds. Academia is struggling to keep up with the changes and developments in the rapidly advancing technology, and the very nature of validation and evaluation and testing of new measures is naturally a time-constrained process. Digital clinical measures need to be correctly characterized and validated to be acceptable and safe for use within a clinical setting. And ethically, it's important to know that the measurements are of value to both patients and healthcare. But it's constrained by grant themes and funding. And so I really think that collaboration between industry and academia is a key to catalyzing innovation and growth in technology. Industry comes in all sorts of shapes and sizes, from large multinationals through to one-man bands developing a new innovation. And all are equally valid, but both have very different requirements and capabilities. and they can both offer academia different benefits. Partnering with academia can provide momentum and validation required to deliver new measures and help to tackle the traditionally less popular and really more challenging areas of focus that have been mentioned, so interoperability, privacy, and standards. The uptake and application within academia of new measures and tests and validations, the validation of the measure in itself leads to a wider adoption within the field and an acceptance, and drives the technology forward, but also from a universities and a research perspective, it drives that funding priority. Industry generally has a shorter time focus and naturally looks for the competitive advantage, whereas in academia, the learning and understanding is non-linear and it takes time. So I think there's a general requirement for a more global approach with a closer alignment of the FDA and the European standards. But these also need to jigsaw into the rapidly expanding Asian markets. I think the challenge that we face is how we maximise and evolve our capabilities and how to promote data sharing and collaboration and keep moving the field forward. I'd just like to finish by thanking everyone, especially Mo Bashir and his colleagues, for their accelerated efforts in bringing together this systematic review, which was no mean feat. So they've done an amazing job. Thank you.
Tina, thank you so much. You shed really important light on making sure that not only are we collaborating, across different disciplines with our regulatory colleagues, but across different sort of global and regulatory regions. That's the way we're going to break through. You also gave really nice voice to the importance of this work for building trust, which I think, that was the key theme for this work. And that's why it was so important for us to characterize it. So we're going to do a couple of things before we break from this panel. First of all, I want to tie together, you all have access to the preprint of the manuscript, you all have access to the landscape. There is a micro dossier for academicians. Like, what are the key things that everyone sort of needs to have that lingua franca on? I'll go all the way back to how Amy sort of introduced us and set this up earlier today. I want to sort of summarize. As we said, we're seeing some good activity in V3. As we said, table stakes absolutely needs to happen first. We need to make sure that the measure itself and the measurement product is fit for purpose. We've seen some activity in usability and utility, and a lot jumping all the way ahead to sort of operations, which is not a bad thing. This needs to work in practice. Where we see an absolute dearth of published research, and this is almost alarming, is around the standards piece. Ethics and equity is almost absent from the published literature in the US when it comes to using these measures. So too are conversations around the appropriate security, the data rights and the data governance of this information. It doesn't live in a manila folder anymore. We need to make sure we're protecting it. We also need to make sure we're making it available. So the need to sort of engage with this work and engage with our academic colleagues to make sure that this is a field that is worthy of our trust is absolutely critical. And so we'll round out with something that I hope will give us some interesting insights into some of you all on the line and the value of our academic colleagues working hard in this field. I'm going to launch a poll and ask everyone on the line to share with us, it should be a multiple choice, how have you used academic research to advance your work in digital clinical measures? And I'll pause there for a second, let you read and respond to all of those answers. I never know how long to endure the sort of the silence while people are reading and voting. So let me share this on the line. And what I think is really compelling here, and what I think absolutely underscores the work, the publication, the importance of academic research is, look, everyone's using academic research. Many people are using it in more than one way. They're using it because they're partnering with academic colleagues. Either you guys are doing the research yourself because you are an academic. Certainly the most important way is you are referencing this information to inform your decision making and to move you forward. This is absolutely mission critical. We need to make sure that our industry colleagues are aware of where our academic experts lie. That's the purpose of the landscape. We also want to make sure that this work is appropriately focused and appropriately funded. And that was the reason that we wanted to do the work to actually benchmark the field. That's the purpose of the publication. Clinical quality work on a tech timeline. We got a systematic review done, published, well, in preprint, submitted, top to bottom, and in a short period of time. Thank you to everyone on the line here for your hard work, and really appreciate your ongoing efforts within your own academic research and your commitment to making sure it really moves the field forward. And so let me go ahead and share my screen for a second. We've moved through a couple of these transitions. The next sort of piece or the arc of our conversation today, we started with compelling remarks from Amy Abernathy to get us started. We talked about the need to support our regulatory colleagues in flexing their regulatory muscles. We talked a lot about the need to make sure that clinicians are not only engaged, but true collaborators. We talked about getting cover, resources, time from our executive leaders. We talked about the importance of starting with the measures and welcoming our measurement scientists to the table. We talked about how the heck do we actually operationalize this? And we've just been talking about the importance of our regulatory, of our academic colleagues and supporting our academic colleagues in every way possible to get this right. And with that, we'll dive in and we'll talk a little bit about what it looks like when we zoom out. This is all great. We have all of the resources on the table now to have this field really step by step by step, collaborating with one another, coming together and advancing the field. What does it look like when we zoom out? What does it look like when we take, and I'm going to try and move everyone up to the stage here, when we sort of take a more deliberate look at, where are we going? There's a phrase I love from a colleague, Barry Peterson, that I've borrowed for some time now. If you don't know where you're going, anywhere will get you there. And so this policy group or this group that came together to really think about what's the policy roadmap did extraordinary and I think important work to make sure as we do all of this work, as we invest these resources and this time to make sure we're all driving together and in the right direction. We're going to switch it up a little bit today. Jean's going to pop the link into the chat, but before we reveal what's in the dossier, let's go around quickly and do some intros. And I wonder if I could ask each of you to talk a little bit about your background, your passion for this particular dossier and what you enjoyed about sort of being part of all of this. And Inder, I'll come to you first. Oh, you're on mute, Inder. I'm so sorry. Oh, we might not have. Oh, there we go. We got you. Inder, I misspoke. Steve, let's come to you next, and we'll see if we can get Inder up on the line with his audio.
Good afternoon. My name is Steve Berman. I work at the Food and Drug Administration in Cedar in the Office of New Drugs. My focus is on biomarkers and on drug development tools that are novel and that may not meet the statutory definition of a biomarker or a clinical outcome assessment. So I am the current acting lead for a new pilot program focused in that space called iStand, designed to encourage the development of these novel drug development tools, while also being mindful of all of our good work in the biomarker program as well. And it's been my great pleasure to participate in the work with this group. And today I'll be speaking on my behalf, not representing the agency as a whole.
Steve, thanks for underscoring that. That's really important. We've learned so much from you and also don't want to sort of misrepresent how you're talking today. So just thanks for being with us. Really appreciate it. Joss, do you want to do your intro next?
Hi there, everyone. speaking from the UK, which is still in Europe, just not in the EU. We haven't sort of been towed offshore, just to, in case.
Good flair for the dramatic.
My name's Joss Langford. I'm the Chief Technical Officer and founder at Active Insights. Tina, my colleague, introduced it a little bit earlier. But we design and manufacture and deploy raw data, wearables, and deliver data science and data management services. I think for me, getting involved in this program has been really exciting. I've been involved in quite a few community programs around writing standards and developing assets. So as well as having an opportunity to learn in this great space from so many fantastic people, I've also had a great opportunity to learn from Jen and Jean about how to run this sort of program. And I've not been disappointed on either account. So thank you, everyone.
Fantastic, Joss. It's been brilliant to learn from you. Jean and I might actually launch that tugboat and try and get you over here to the US. In fact, it's been such a pleasure, and really excited to dive in with you guys shortly. Bray, do you want to do a quick intro next?
Sure. Bray Patrick Lake. I'm a senior director in the strategic partnership group of Evidation Health. We're a company that specializes in measuring health in everyday life and also motivating patients to action using person-generated health data from smartphones, apps, and wearables. And I just was really excited to be part of this this particular group on the tour. One for the collegial interactions and opportunity to also work across countries and think about the international perspectives. We have so much work to do as a field, but this theory of change map and roadmap I'm really excited about and look forward to discussing, Jen.
Fantastic. Thanks, Bray. Inda, do you want to see if we've got you back?
Yeah, let's try once more. Can you hear me well now?
We've got you.
Perfect. Awesome. Sorry about the technology mishap today. So I'm Inderjit Singh. I'm a physician by training, but never went onto the practice side, went onto the dark side and into the business. I am with Roche Diabetes Care. I'm an international business leader in Roche Diabetes Care. My responsibilities are on digital solutions, development, and early commercialization, and with a focus on healthcare providers and payers. So that's where I work in. And in terms of where we intend to see where the future vision is, and that's where I love working with this engaging and enthusiastic group and a very collaborative group, is that how do we bridge the gap which we currently have in the demand and supply. So we have lesser and lesser resources in terms of physicians and money, but we have more and more of aging population with multiple and chronic diseases who need care. And hence, what role could technology, what role could digital measures play? So that's my vision is in this area.
Fantastic. Thanks, Inda. Ed, let's come to you next.
Thanks, Jen. Ed Ramos, I'm Director of Digital Clinical Trials at Scripps Research. Together with Katie Bakamotes, we've been standing up the new Digital Trial Center at Scripps Research, which is a collaboration with Carevolution, our technology partner, on many of our research efforts. This is, since my first tour at Dime, we've been early adopters not only of the philosophy in terms of what the Playbook offers to a variety of different stakeholders, but also in how we integrate it in our own work. So this next step in the latest tour in terms of all the different areas that now we can do some deeper dives in is just an absolutely logical evolution of where the Playbook should go. And super excited about talking through what the team has worked on with regards to policy. At the Digital Trial Center, we most certainly are living and breathing this as we're really trying to take that broad approach of transforming how and where clinical research is done, obviously utilizing digital health measures in a variety of different ways. So appreciate being here.
I'm delighted to have you here, Ed. And we did things a little bit differently on this panel. We haven't given you a sneak glimpse of the dossier yet, but we will do so now. And Joss, while we do that, I wonder if you could tell us a little bit about this theory of change sort of map or model that we've created here. This was a new concept to me, and yet it was such a powerful tool that allowed us to sort of collaborate here and rally round, how do we get from where we are today and how, to a point that we all agree on is a good future state?
Yeah, sure. So I'll try and keep the management consulting spiel to the tight 2 minutes. So the theory of change, it's an approach to formulation of strategy, and it's an alternative to the more hierarchical vision, mission, objective approach that we might be more familiar with in the commercial space. It strengthens its ability to collate and bring together and harness collaborative input. And it's a great tool for ground-up initiatives, bringing together diverse plans and objectives, and it's one that's well understood by policymakers and those reaching out across communities to drive change. At its core, it recognizes that we don't have or have access to the resources that we need to realize our most ambitious plans. We start by recognizing and articulating where we are now and place ourselves in a future that we want to see. The planning is then focused about understanding the outputs needed to deliver outcomes that will achieve impact. And then once you've got that compelling narrative in place, then you can sort of identify the streams of work where you are going to drive, where we're going to collaborate, or where we're just looking to influence. In some ways, if you've not come across it before, it's a bit of an unfortunate name because it suggests some sort of fundamental principles, some sort of physical science, you know, this big theory. And it's not that. And in some ways, it's more powerful than that because really it represents our theory about how the world that we work in is going to change, and we can make it change to create positive outcomes. Personally, I've been involved in these types of planning approaches using theory of change in social enterprises where we were looking to drive digital inclusion. And then more recently within the My Data global nonprofit, where we drive human-centric data considerations. And the work with My Data is really interesting because it's close to this work. And over the last 3 years when we've been able to lean on this model, it's been an enormous support to our ability to influence work. And you can see this most readily in the Data Governance Act in the EU, where we are directly working with the European Commission as a community group with individual members and no direct funding to influence the drafting of that. And that's very much about how we understand our theory of change.
Fantastic. You teed that up really nicely, and I think all of us would agree it's been such a sort of powerful exercise for us to go through together. And you also emphasize something that's really important as folks come to this dossier and access it. We will, we'll try and show it in just a little bit, or make sure we show it before we close. That it's not intended to be sort of dogma. This is not intended to be prescriptive, but rather it's a roadmap, right? It's a common sort of vision of the overall direction we should be pointing and the path that we should be taking. So with that, I'd like to come to you, Inder, actually, if we can. So you sit at an organization responsible for driving innovation. Tell us about how you are driving towards that goal of a sort of a future state where digital clinical measures really change our understanding of sort of health and disease.
Sure, thank you. And that's a good question. So if I just first step back, if you look at Roche as an organization, so it's one of the unique large biotech, which has a pharmaceutical, but as well as a large diagnostic operation. So we bring together these two aspects under one roof, which helps us to truly personalize healthcare. So hence, how do we bring these two things together? And if you look at examples in this space, I will bucket them into 3 areas, which are in line with what we say about the playbook from a clinical research perspective, from a care delivery perspective, and from a public health perspective. So from a clinical health perspective, a research perspective, so we are looking at life sciences insights, which are coming in from some of our collaborations and acquisitions with FMI, with Flatiron, which help us to understand and accelerate drug discovery as well as trials. And then we have platforms and tools which are available to internal as well as external research scientists to advance some of these things forward. And then we also have an app, Floodlight, which looks at how neurodegenerative diseases progress from a focus from a digital solution perspective. So from a clinical research, from a development, we bring various tools and solutions together. Similarly, if you look at care delivery, we have multiple platforms available. Roche Diabetes Care Platform is one of those, where we offer services for understanding various digital signals coming in, provide remote care services, and also clinical decision support. Similarly, we have a Navified Tumor Board, which can help understand what could be the appropriate therapy in oncology space or tracking mutations over there. And then if you come to the third bucket, which is our public health bucket, so we recently, for our COVID, due to the pandemic, we launched something as a Navify Pass, so which is like your passport for vaccination. So hence making it easier to be able to track these. And similarly, as an organization, we also work with various standard organizations to help advance some of the standardization. So some of the questions which came up, are these validated? Are these standard in the past? So we work with organizations like KIMS, with IHI, HL7 to take these forward. So taking a collaborative approach internally with external organizations and with external research organizations is how we are looking at advancing this. And as I said earlier, to bridge that gap.
Fantastic. It's really helpful, and I think it sort of reflects how we thought about this together, to hear you sort of pass it out into these three buckets. And it's also, you know, really, it's been a theme of the playbook from the start, and it's also a theme of sort of how we've been thinking about this work, creating the theory of change and sort of the companion sort of memo to be like, we can't silo these different areas of impact. In order to really sort of recognize the full promise, we need to be thinking across all of these buckets at any given time. Ed, I wonder if we can come to you next. And while we do it, I wonder, Jean, if you could share a little bit of insights. We've been talking about this theory of change. Let's start to reveal a little bit of the complicated pathway that we were able to distill for folks. Ed, you work with a variety of experts from different disciplines at the Clinical Trial Center. One of the things that we articulate in this theory of change is the importance of education. And that goes back to sort of how Amy opened our day with, you know, a common sort of lingua franca, a real shared understanding of the language we speak and what good looks like. Tell us about how you see the importance of this playing out in your everyday work.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think about it in terms of what is needed to really fill that knowledge base from an educational perspective, and then putting education in a different context in terms of our workforce and what it is we need to think about in terms of how we train those professionals that are coming up to use all of these new digital health measures and approaches, and how they carry out research. So for the former, in terms of really filling out that knowledge base, we're intrinsically faced with the challenge of silos and gaps in data. And it's exactly what I think motivates this paradigm shift to digital research, in terms of being able to shift from an episodic capture of data, for example, to a more continuous capture of data for a given individual. And I loved how Andy put it earlier today in terms of the data actually telling an individual's story, and not just telling their story in the context of their life, real world evidence. And so being able to understand what that means, what is it that the data are actually providing to be able to tell that story is extremely impactful and necessary. The other aspect of that is we often, and certainly in our research, thinking about what it means when we shift out of the clinic, the brick and mortar structure, and really trying to execute these trials in a remote manner. What are the proxies for those gold standard clinical captures of various different health measures? Are we okay with silver standards, bronze standards? Are we okay with understanding what it is we are and are not going to get when we use a particular type of digital health technology for gleaning insight into the participants for these various studies? So all of those things I get excited about, because we've already established some learnings, and it also means that we just need to set up new opportunities to be able to answer those questions and continue to educate our colleagues and our community around what this means. I'll just kind of quickly round out on the workforce side of things. You know, my PhD was in molecular biotechnology. It was one of these new and novel fancy degrees combining all these different disciplines. And in fact, the initial brochure was really just a photocopy of the math department, the genomics department, the biology department, but they call it molecular biotechnology. And now this multidisciplinary approach is ubiquitous among how we train our students and how we train our professionals coming into this. And so I raise that in terms of ensuring that we implement this notion of understanding what ethical, legal, and social implications mean. That needs to be a natural component to and complement to the technical aspects in terms of training. And so excited about the opportunities we have to drive policies to ensure that that happens as well.
Fantastic. So now, Ed, those were tremendous remarks. You really sort of underscored the need to think about education, which, you know, in a professional workforce already sometimes might seem counterintuitive, but absolutely foundational. In that now folks have seen a little bit of the theory of change map. They could see that there's these sort of, you know, 4 general sort of channels that we're thinking about. You talked about the innovation piece. Bray, I'd like to come to you next. Right? When we think about one of the greatest impediments to sort of broad trust in all of these digital clinical measures and how we use them, we think about, you know, who's going to have access to my data? How can I protect the data? How can I protect myself? We think a lot about the need to have sort of high protections, lots of opting in, but also high accessibility to get the value out of the data. How do we manage all of this?
Yeah, an emerging field like this. So we've heard about the power and the promise, but we have got to have the data flow, first of all, to have the digital clinical measures, but we've also got to really ethically and responsibly have the protections. And so right now we have this incredible patchwork of frameworks, both in the US and internationally. We really are struggling, I think, as a workforce too. So we've got to make sure that our researchers and our vendors and anybody we work with, our developers, really understand, you know, how sensitive this data is. It is as sensitive as DNA, but it is currently not protected by HIPAA, and we don't have anything like GINA, the Genetic Information Non-Discrimination Act, that actually protected people from losing their employment or, you know, being disqualified from insurance coverage. So as a community, I think we have a real responsibility to coalesce and really push some of these protections forward. There were a number of privacy bills on the Hill in the last couple of years, I think 9. Some of the rooms that I was in, it was all lawyers, and, you know, I was wearing a patient hat. So we need the people that are on the front lines of working with this types of data to get into these conversations and to really proceed, you know, eyes wide open and help us get these appropriate protections, and also harmonize internationally if we're really going to realize this potential, but yet make sure that people are adequately protected and that their data is not leaving in the dark of night accidentally.
Bray, you articulate that so sort of beautifully and tee out a few key themes, right? The need for sort of harmonization, the need for engagement of everyone who is involved to get this right. And so what we've done now is we've addressed sort of 3 of our pathways in this theory of change model. We recognize the innovation that needs to happen. We recognize the education that needs to happen. We need to think about sort of data availability and data rights. And Josh, the last piece that we came to was around sort of interoperability. We are awash with data right now. How can we actually make sure that we do this correctly? And most importantly, one of the things I like most about how we manifested the theory of change was not everyone is responsible for all of the things. We teed up that there are some things that folks in our field have to take full responsibility for. There are areas where we want to partner. There are areas where we want to influence, and that's going to be the key to success. How do we make that work in practice?
So the practice probably starts with down in the detail. So let me start at a high level first. I think I talked a little bit about my work with my data earlier. One of the things we like to talk about there is data empowerment. And that's about bringing together data availability with data rights. And I know that both those topics sit, you know, quite clearly within the theory of change. And if you can do both those together, then we're achieving data empowerment. And we talk about that in a human-centric way, and that's not a bad place to start to answer your question. But it also empowers us as organizations and as healthcare professionals to be able to do our jobs better and to reach our goals faster. Within the work that we've done there, we recognize that interoperability is probably the key way of achieving that availability. And when you look through the literature, and there is some good literature on interoperability, it breaks down in 3 areas. Technical interoperability, and that's about getting the interfaces around, moving the bits between different organizations, getting the data from place to place. At another level is semantic interoperability, and that's about making sure the data means the same thing in one place as it does in another. And then a third level is organizational interoperability. And that's about making sure that individuals with organizations and organizations are facing the right way, the same way, and that they've got shared goals. So you can think then about the changes that we can make as individuals and organizations at those levels. And I think that's quite a helpful thing to do. And if you start at the bottom of the list I had there, which was the organizational one, a lot of that is what we're doing here. And there was a couple of things that people have brought up. The word share has been brought up significantly, and the ability to share and the ability for programs like this to create a safe space for people to share is really important. The ability to work with regulators to create a safe space to share is something that they really understand very well as well. And I think that spills across into the session we had earlier about academia and industry. The ability to share there is going to be critically important, because that's how we're going to be able to create this lingua franca. The next level we think about is semantic. We talked a little bit about design earlier, about interoperability by design. So Simone was talking about that. This is when we think about the semantic level. If we get the design right, we can do a huge amount there. And as Active Insights, wearing my other hat, that's where we've always been about how do we think about open data formats? How do we think about open algorithms? And those design decisions that you make at the beginning of programs have an enormous impact on interoperability and therefore data availability throughout the program. And then at the bottom level, in the technical stuff, often that's about the day-to-day. We all impact interoperability with every decision we make. Shall I use this or shall I use this? Am I going to use this that's off the shelf that's pretty good, but I think I'm clever enough that I can write something better, and hence we grow another standard? Can you pitch in to make an existing standard better rather than try and ask people to use something new that you've created yourself? I'm an engineer, I love making stuff. It's a really difficult thing to do, but it's an important discipline. And this is about the plumbing. And there are different sorts of standards at this level. So I've run standard committees in this space, and they are really important. But at the plumbing level, these are technical standards for engineers to be able to do things in a lower cost, lower risk way. And that's quite different to some of the other standards where we may be standardizing how a measurement is made. And it's important, I think, to make that separation, because there are some easy wins to be made at that bottom level in standardization. And a lot of that is then about how we work. And by thinking across those three areas and keeping in mind, I think, two key things: transparency and usability. And I don't mean the medical device, I'm not talking about regulatory usability, I mean just usability of your engineering, of your stuff and of your data. Keeping those two things in mind, along with those level thinkings, I think is a really great way for us as organizations and individuals to move forward.
Just tying so many pieces together there, and it goes back to, and I'm going to reiterate this because I think it's really important, there's a lot of work on deck. The way we are going to do this successfully is by thoughtfully thinking about what we have a responsibility to lean into at what level, where we want to be partnering and where we want to be influencing. And so Just, you gave terrific examples at each of those levels for how we can make a difference. And certainly no single entity, individual, organization can be responsible for all of those things, which, Steve, is a nice pivot to you. So I want to underscore, you are one of our FDA colleagues, but you are speaking on behalf of yourself today. One of the myths I think we blew through our work on the playbook that we show here in this theory of change, and that Amy Abernathy mentioned this morning in her remarks, there's a bit of a cultural confusion where everyone's, I'm going to talk in hyperbole for a second, but everyone's sitting around waiting for the regulators to tell them what to do. And what we have clearly realized through our work is that this is not a useful way of thinking about things. This is not a useful way to sort of advance the field. Again, talking from your own sort of perspective, how do we think about appropriately bringing in our regulatory colleagues, and how we think about shoring up things like standards and regulatory sort of activity as we get to a point where we are finally confident in the science and the standards?
Thanks, Jen. That's a really important question. And when I try and approach it for myself, the first thing that comes to mind is a recognition that the frameworks that organizations use for decision-making largely apply, even though we're dealing with a really novel space here. So on the for-profit side, cost benefit, that still applies. On the patient and provider side, the risk benefit to the individual still applies. on the policymaker or the regulator side, risk benefit, for the public health, all of those frameworks still apply. What's really new and novel in the digital health space are the variables that we plug into these sort of standard equations. There are undoubtedly new benefits that accrue from leveraging digital health, but there are also new risks, and importantly, there are new uncertainties that we haven't thought about before. And figuring out how all of these variables fit together into our existing platforms for decision making, personally, I think is best done as a collaborative effort, both vertically and horizontally through the field. Now, horizontally, we can think about companies working together pre-competitively to establish voluntary standards or to publicize lessons learned along the journey. Providers, patients can work together to establish best practices. And on a policymaker or regulatory side, we can think about adopting successful programs that exist in other jurisdictions. Now, that's a sort of horizontal approach to this problem. Now vertically, thinking throughout the health ecosystem, to echo Amy Abernethy's words from this morning, I think that's where there's real tremendous value, because we all get the benefit of learning from each other's unique vantage points. Any day that I get to interact with patients or patient representatives, that's a day that I learn how to do my job a little bit better. It's very easy for people in roles like mine to get hung up on p-values or statutory precedent, but ultimately it's important for us to remember what's important. Why are we doing this? And so I think really thinking through the entire health ecosystem through efforts such as this is really so valuable.
Steve, you articulate that so nicely, and I don't want to muddy your sort of beautiful remarks by taking too long to round us out here. There is, so I want to just recap really quickly so folks know what's available to them. So you sort of in pursuit of this improved future state, using all of the tools that are in the playbook, what we've tried to tee up in this particular dossier is a sort of overarching view of how we get there. What it doesn't have is your regulatory colleagues are responsible for everything, but rather it puts the responsibility back onto all of us here in the field who believe in a future state that's better, that's healthier, that's more equitable, and that may or may not, in pursuit of some of those goals, leverage technology at several times. We have a section on innovation. We have a section on data rights and governance. We have a section on interoperability and data availability in all of here, and we underscore the need for education. And so with that, I'm going to do one thing. I'm going to ask all of you to commit to something today. Along each of those sort of 4 pathways, we imagine a long-term and better outcome. And I would like for each of you to think about where you are going to focus your priorities as we move forward into a future state. So I hope I'm not leaving too many people out. I'm conscious of time and I want to make sure we get there. But what I'm encouraged by is there is responsibility for all of this sort of coming in from across the board. And also the ultimate future state where digital clinical measures have redefined our understanding of health and empowering research and innovation. You know, that's a really important sort of step towards, a better future where we're thoughtfully and in an evidence-based way and in a collaborative way using these tools to help all people. So let me stop sharing there. I want to thank all of you for your hard work on this dossier. Steve, Ed, Joss, Bray, Inda, I've learned so much from you. We have new tools in the toolbox, things like theory of change. That's available to you. So is a companion memo and a couple of other treats for you in that policy dossier. Folks will be excited that we're heading into our final break of the day, and then we will come back and we will look at another new methodology that we deployed as part of the as part of our work on the playbook, our findings from a pre-mortem activity where we actually imagined a point of failure, that point that everyone is so frightened of, and dug into why did that happen. So with that, let me go ahead and give everyone just a couple of minutes to yourselves, take a break, and we'll reconvene at 10 minutes after the hour. Thanks so much, everyone. Welcome back, everybody. I mean, this has just been a phenomenal day so far, and I'm going to continue to emphasize the arc of the story we're trying to tell here through all of this work we've done for all of you on the line on the playbook. Again, starting with Amy Abernathy, she talked about the need to engage our regulatory colleagues. We highlighted the critical role of our clinical colleagues. We talked about the need to get executive buy-in. We talked about starting with the measure. We talked about making it work in practice. We talked about the role of our academic colleagues. We talked about, hey, let's zoom out and see, what does that policy roadmap look like? How do we get to a future state? That has been just a phenomenal overview of what we've achieved together through the playbook. And I'm really excited to share, and Jean will do a little bit of a walk through what we've put together. In another novel process that we put together, this team was very bold. We wanted to answer the question, like, how can we get to a point where we can really demystify and disarm the fear and uncertainty and doubt around these measures? And if Jean, if I could just ask you to share, perfect, thank you. How can we get to a point where instead of saying, maybe this will collapse things, really walking through, and a pre-mortem starts at the end. It starts at a point of failure, and really looks back and passes out what were the actual risks that could potentially have happened to get us to this point of failure? And similarly, what could we have done in order to make sure that they never happen in practice? It's a powerful tool, and this team worked incredibly hard on a short period of time, not only to design the use case, and our use case was the use of moderate to vigorous physical activity in a pivotal trial, making a labeling claim using that measure, completing everything, all of the data collection, and we look at what we have in hand and we think, my goodness, we cannot submit this. The quality of the evidence isn't here. We need to abandon. That's the point of failure that we think so many folks in medical product development are nervous about. So we dug into that use case. It was a tangible example. We looked back, we could pass out, look, what are the challenges that aren't going to result in this failure? And what are the challenges that are? And where we see them, what are their root causes? And how do we solve for them? All of that information, a wealth of information, is available to you in this new dossier. We can look at the sort of key areas of failure. We'll get to those together. And now let's move across into conversation and meet the very bold and audacious team that was willing to take a leap of faith with us and sort of move into these new digital measures. And we'll start with a quick round of introductions to get to know everyone a little bit. And Virginia, let me bring you up to the stage here and tap you in first if we can. Please introduce yourself to everyone on the line.
Hi, everyone. My name is Virginia Parks. I'm with Servier in translational medicine, but when the tour of duty was in full swing, I was with Takeda in the digital strategy group for research and development.
Fantastic. Thanks, Virginia. Nikki, do you want to go next?
Sure. Thanks, Jen. I'm Nikki Bush, and I lead the Patient-Focused Outcomes Center of Expertise at Eli Lilly and Company.
Fantastic. Kate, do you want to go next?
Yes, hello everyone. I'm Kate Leiden, Chief Science Officer at VivoSense, data analytics and science team company, focusing on digital clinical measures and clinical trials in healthcare.
Fantastic. Thanks, Kate. Marissa, do you want to go next?
Hi, everyone. I'm Marissa Dockendorf. I am a director in the Global Digital Analytics and Technologies group at Merck. And my team and I are focused on enabling adoption of digital clinical measures and digital technologies in our clinical drug development trials.
Fantastic. Thanks, Marissa. Santosh.
Hey everyone, I'm Santosh from Mumbai. I am a healthcare consultant with background in pharmaceutical R&D, having worked at Novartis, Pfizer, and Johnson & Johnson.
Fantastic. And I think, Betsy, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Betsy Chosick. I'm the head of digital innovation in patient-centered outcomes research at Genentech.
I'm doing a horrible job. If I don't have a list, I'm not going to get it. Celia, you're next.
Hi, everyone. I'm Celia Fidalgo. I'm a senior product lead at Winterlight Labs, which is a digital health company developing speech-based biomarkers for clinical use.
Fantastic. And Jumei is going to join us. She's actually in clinic today. So she's on the line and she's going to dial in, and we'll do her intro when she's at a place where she can chat. So we teed up, or I tried to tee up a little bit about the problem we were trying to solve for, this level of sort of confusion, being able to sort of struggle a little bit in this new field to take a truly risk-based approach to decision-making, because so many of those risks are new and poorly understood. Marissa, I want to come to you first. I gave a little bit of a thumbnail on sort of the pre-mortem process, how it helps us start at the end and look back and be a little bit more sort of informed about, you know, would this really have happened? What's the likelihood of it? What's the likelihood of it sort of impacting us in the way that we fear the most? Tell us about your experience with the process. And, you know, one of the key findings was the substantial sort of majority of risks we identified were either not going to lead to the sort of failure we've been so worried about, or were quite unlikely to occur. Was that what you were expecting?
Yeah, thanks, Jen, for the question. And first of all, I want to say that I found this process to be really extremely helpful in sort of starting at the end and looking back and identifying the challenges and what we could have done to help mitigate those risks. I think that much of the industry might find those findings surprising, that because fear of failure is really just a huge barrier to adoption. And so, yeah, and while it's certainly not as straightforward as, you know, just taking a technology and deploying it, there are a lot of things you need to think through ahead of time. I think really outlining what you need to think through ahead of time, what the upfront work required is really helpful. Hopefully will help assuage some of those fears and really be a tool for teams to utilize to help reduce that barrier to adoption.
Marissa, I really like how you teed that up there. And, you know, Virginia, when we were sort of going through, when we were structuring this and thinking about, you know, how are we going to organize our thinking, we teed up these sort of 4 theme areas: data quality and management, technology and vendor relations, study design, operations and management. You know, 4 big hefty buckets where all this failure was going to happen. And interestingly, even though we passed it out into these 4 buckets, I need to come up with a better word for buckets, but for now, that's what we'll use. You know, when we actually sort of put everything together, and through the course of the day, we were going into breakouts, we were coming back, we did this as a pretty aggressive workshop. There are a lot of similarities across these different 4 areas. A lot of the risks are similar, regardless of, you know, how we might have first characterized the risk. How do you interpret that? How does that help us move forward?
Thanks for the question, Jen. So I think, again, you know, this isn't really surprising because, you know, a lot of the concerns that surfaced during the pre-mortem exercise are not new or specific to digital measures, but have tended to plague the field, you know, since the year dot, basically. So whatever the nature of the risks, and but the solutions obviously may be different when to traditional clinical trial approaches when you're using digital measures. So if you're using patient-reported outcomes, for example, the solutions and the risks will be slightly different. Some of the errors that occur along the way are involve any of these themes, from study design and operations to data quality, tech and vendor management, will affect whether the measure is going to be considered reliable and validated as an endpoint in a clinical trial. But I think interesting is the question about missing data, actually. So in the case of missing data, which is one of the top rated risks over all of the themes that you've mentioned. So whether through technology failure and transmission issues or user error, or non-compliance and lack of training, the solutions, you know, they include patient engagement at every stage. So the patients really become a key focus in terms of the digital measures, and you know, the onus is on them to ensure that the data is collected. So ensuring, you know, sufficient training and support that's delivered to the patients, and it's essential. And also optimizing the trial design, for example, to reduce the likelihood of missing data via reducing patient burden, for example, in the trial design. And, you know, other areas are optimizing the statistical analysis plan, overall applying good practices as far as we can. But I want to return to a comment you made at the very beginning, Jen, and that was about we have this tendency to be walking on eggshells, right? And so sort of in terms of advancing digital endpoints. And I think it's important to mention, and also around missing data, And that is, previously in traditional methods, if you had missing data, often you would just completely tank your trial, right? Just basically, just due to the nature of data collection, where there's sparse data points, you would get late notifications of that the instruments haven't been used, so you would have not done or something over too many endpoints. And whereas with digital endpoints, you can implement a technology monitoring plan, for example, and you could receive alerts that data is not coming in, and you can mitigate against that. So I think that's interesting from what you said at the beginning. So should we really be walking on eggshells? I think that's the question I'm trying to bring out here. So so we do have, in terms of missing data, many more ways of dealing with it. Just due to the continuous and high frequency data collection, and this provides additional opportunities for understanding the data and interpreting the results, of course. So yes, standardization will be important, as will a common language around the novel digital endpoints and the ability to make label claims off of them. But I think this pre-mortem, helps us to think about the differentiation from traditional methods and traditional methodology in clinical trials, and why those trials have failed, and compared to the novel digital measures as well.
Virginia, really interesting and important remarks, and I want to sort of take a little bit of a step sideways from that and say, when you mentioned specific solutions, capabilities that we have to mitigate some of these risks. And I think that was the really powerful thing about this work. And when everyone goes into this particular tool, so for folks who are keen to find it, when you're in the Playbook website, if you go to the tool section, you'll find everything we did here on the pre-mortem. It wasn't just that we dug down, we got the root causes, and we came up with solutions from them. We also came up with tactical solutions to every challenge. Somewhere on a whiteboard, there is a solution. And in many places, it's organized quite well for you to be able to map that challenge that you have on deck to the solution you have. We came at it from every altitude, from those sort of systemic challenges all the way through to sort of tasks at hand. And it was an extraordinary piece of work from you all, and something I'm very excited to get out into the field. So Virginia, you gave really good voice to those sort of tactical solutions that we have on deck and how we can think differently about how they change our view of risk. Santosh, I want to come to you because in addition to seeing similarities in risks across these 4 different areas, we also saw, real similarity in root causes. In fact, I would go so far as to say that we were able to tease out 3 root causes. We need to make sure, we've made the right vendor selection. We need to make sure we have sufficient in-house capabilities. We need to make sure that we're allowing sufficient time for these critical to quality processes. Again, what's the so what here? What can we learn from this?
Yeah, so at Dime, we always believe that, in doing work at text timeline, but with clinical quality. But what we realized during the pre-mortem, looking at the use case and thinking about why some of these risks would happen, we realized that, a lot of teams generally favor the tech timeline piece and want to give away the, or not think about the clinical quality piece. And that's where I think the imbalance comes. That's where the root causes lie. So there can be technical issues, technical gaps like ill-defined data, integration or misalignment of goals from the technical side to the clinical side, so on and so forth, but also a lot of issues like assuming stuff that these things will happen, or over-reliance on a tech partner and not understanding how these things could merge and so on and so forth. So when folks will see at the process and the pointers that you're talking about on the website, they will see that these were the root causes. These are we reached the root causes by asking these 5 why kind of technologies, asking the question again, why would this happen? Why would this happen? So on and so forth. So to sum it up, really, what we realize is we really want to help teams strike this balance between speed and quality, and that could come only by thinking about some of these root causes.
I really like that. And as we think about the balance between speed and quality, ideally we have both. If we have to err in one direction, we should be erring towards quality, but, the pressures are real. That balance between the systemic changes at the root cause level and also those sort of tactical solutions, both of which we outline as a consequence of this work. But let's talk about the structural pieces. Let's talk about the fundamental change within sort of medical product development that actually de-risks fundamentally and, hopefully permanently sort of the use of these measures. And we'll go through each of them in turn. And Betsy, I'd like to come to you. So again, I'll refresh folks' memories. One of the sort of key issues, the key root causes, the key challenges we found was, in some cases, maybe the absence or an underdeveloped sort of internal skill set, expertise, infrastructure to bring people together and do this work. Tell us a little bit why, from your vantage point, why getting this right by having sufficient skills in-house and the right people at the table is so critically important.
Yeah, thank you. I think that the simple answer is you don't know what you don't know, which became very apparent to me as we went through this. And as a team, we were identifying these risks and going through the why did this happen and why, there are 5 whys to go down and really kind of find the root cause. And there were a lot of things that the team members identified as root causes that I would have had no idea about myself. And I think that the nice fact there is that I don't have to know everything myself. I'm part of a large team and we can call on our other team members as experts to the table. And just for a few examples, if you go in and you dive into our poster and you start looking at some of the risks that we identified, one of the risks was maybe you picked the wrong endpoint for your trial. And then your tool worked fine, it was all great, but you can't actually answer the clinical question that you wanted to answer. You're not actually showing any treatment benefit because it wasn't the right endpoint to pick. So maybe that's because you didn't have the measurement scientist or clinical scientist involved early on to help identify what would be a meaningful endpoint, or even the biostatistician to really determine the construction of that endpoint. Another one was around digital health technology tools not being maintained throughout the life of a study. And maybe there, you didn't have people who are really familiar with the operations aspects of implementing a digital tool in a clinical trial, who could set up these requirements with the vendor and understand the type of operational support that you need. So when you don't have the right expertise, you can't even ask the right questions and you can't mitigate those risks. So really it just, but the great part is we've all got that expertise around us, and just bringing the right people to the right table at the right time can make our trials so much more successful.
And Betsy, I love that you were able to serve up a few examples for us from sort of the overall poster and all of the boards we made available to folks where we did this work, which is, as we dove into these questions that I've certainly sort of have knowledge of being, near showstoppers in some cases, that actually when we dive down into those root causes, when we bring the right folks to the table, when we collaborate, when we have the right skills, they are absolutely solvable issues, and there is a path forward and there is a path to success. Kate, I'd like to come to you next. So 2 of 3 of our sort of, root causes that structurally we have to solve for. We have to start doing this in a different way for success. We talked about picking the right technology as being table stakes for success, but we took it further. We identified that it's not just the right technology, it's also making sure you've picked the right vendor partner. And if that doesn't happen, there's a high likelihood of downstream problems. So tell us about how you may have seen that pan out and how folks can get better at sort of thinking about a vendor partner instead of a single technology.
Yeah, so thanks, Jen. First, I will just say that I think that participating in this sprint team was actually quite a bit of fun. I work inside a technology company, so I spend a lot of time engaging with different sponsors that are at different stages of, adoption for digital clinical measures. And I think a lot about how do I help these potential clients overcome their fears or the barriers for further adoption, and how do they take the next step. And I initially, when I started this, thought, I was just a naive scientist, and I thought, well, it's all about the science. We can do such better science with these tools. We can improve outcomes. The potential to improve outcomes is huge. But I think as part of this process and what I've learned over time is that it's not always about the science, and the outcomes as we would like to think that it is. We also need to consider operations, costs, logistics, even just overcoming mindsets that have been kind of, just baked into this process for so long. The inertia that's inherent to these systems is really difficult to overcome sometimes. So I think that taking part in this sprint and really, tackling this question from a systematic approach was really fun. And I think I think folks will find it valuable, so I hope that they do. But to get to your question about selecting the right tech vendor, I think that the operations sprint team earlier today actually had some really spot on comments around this and how selecting the correct vendor is really, really important. But at the end of the day, I think the reality is that to be successful in using digital clinical measures in clinical trials or healthcare, at some point, we need to trust the vendors. We need to reach that point. And depending on, what type of vendor they are, they may be inserted all along the study and the data continuum. And when it comes to delivering the results and ultimately submitting findings to any regulatory agency, their involvement's likely going to be very, very critical. So I think the question for me is how do we reach that point of trust much, much quicker? And I think, obviously trust comes with time and experience. But as Betsy alluded to, what types of questions do we ask our tech vendors? Who do we have at the table to have those conversations with the tech vendors so that we can truly understand that communication is occurring between the sponsor and the tech vendor? All of those things are really important pieces to tackle. And I think that we can dive into those, really far. But for me, I think as someone that spent a lot of time inside different tech companies, one of the most important questions to reach that point of trust early on in the conversation is for the user to ask the tech company, what are the specific risks and points of failure associated with the use of your technology? Like, we all know that there are failures and risks associated with technology. We experience them every single day. And so we shouldn't assume that these technologies are going to work, perfectly all of the time. But I think we can expect of our tech vendors that they're transparent about what those risks are and what the rate of those risks are. I think that really helps build trust between the tech company and the potential sponsor or client. So that's just one high level piece of advice I would give. And then I would also say to my tech colleagues that I understand that we as innovators sometimes need to maintain proprietary stances on things, algorithms, different technologies, whatever it might be. But at the end of the day, we can't be a barrier or a source of mistrust and doubt for the very groups that are trying to adopt our products. So I just think that really, open lines of communication between vendors and sponsors will move this field forward. So.
Kate, I really thoughtful remarks there and a powerful call to action, right, on folks of, what we should no longer think of both sides of things, but among our sort of medical product developers and our sort of tech colleagues. I also really liked something you said. We've talked about how the root causes require sort of structural change vis-a-vis the sort of tactical solutions that we came up as almost sort of patches in the moment. You also talked about the need for sort of cultural changes. And I think that was, a bit of a theme throughout this. I think even the process itself, there were aha moments about the value different colleagues can bring to the conversation. So I really like that. There's those sort of tactical solutions that we articulate for folks. And then these 3 root causes that we need to pursue to affect structural change and cultural change. And we've all got responsibility for that. Celia, I'd like to call on you if I can to talk about sort of the 3rd root cause, really thinking about or acknowledging that there are new steps in this process. We're using new tools and resources and there are new steps. And we need to give them the necessary resources and time when they are critical to quality steps. And one of the examples that came up time and again, though certainly not the only one, is around analytical validation, for example, that this is a step that's new. It may not be one that we give sufficient time to. And when we don't conduct it in a sufficiently broad population, for example, we can run into difficulty. Can you tell us a little bit about sort of why this is important, why we need to acknowledge our new partners and the new steps?
Absolutely. Thanks, Jen. So we absolutely want the confidence that our sensor or algorithm is measuring what we think it's measuring. And to get that confidence, we need to run validation studies in our clinical populations, as you said, in the right context of use. So patient populations will behave differently from healthy control groups and potentially in unexpected ways. And those unexpected behaviors may affect our sensor or algorithm's ability to detect the measure of interest. So a simple example that I think of from speech measurement is that if we generate values for how many nouns and verbs patients are saying, we need to verify how accurately we're measuring those different parts of speech in different contexts. So a system may be really accurate at counting parts of speech in young native English speakers, but starting to make mistakes if someone is older or has dementia or has an accent, or if they're speaking different languages from English, or if they're in remote settings rather than in clinic settings. So planning and conducting those studies takes time. We also need to think about generating our gold standard for validation. So whether that gold standard is manually counting, whether we need to bring in experts to generate those gold standards, that takes time as well. And then the results that we get from the validation study may change how we choose to implement or use that technology later on. So we need to think about planning time to iterate on how we use the technology. So ultimately, all of these steps can be planned in advance. It's just necessary to do so that we can be confident in the accuracy of our measure and also understand its limitations.
Celia, such great examples. And I think, it goes back to a theme, another theme we've heard through the day, right? Which is, there is a push, there is an urgency to serve the patients that we're all here to serve. There's also business reasons why we push so hard on timelines. And if we really want this to be successful, we need to give it the time and the respect early on with the right colleagues, as Betsy articulated, with the right partners, as Kate articulated, to do the critical to quality steps, Celia, that you articulated, and we were able to identify through this pre-mortem process. And, what I'm really proud of is we've come to a clear understanding of why we're driving towards this goal. We did that with the policy dossier. Throughout this playbook work, we've talked about the patients we're all here to serve, the efficiencies we're trying to gain, so on and so forth. It's all great, but how do we actually affect these? How do we implement these structural and cultural changes? We have those tactical tools, they're there too, but how do we actually be part of those longer term changes? And Jumei, I'll come to you first to answer that question. And if you want to do a quick intro to everyone, and then help us think about how we might approach affecting this long-term change.
Thanks, Jen, and apologies because I've missed some of the session here for a study visit. So I apologize if I'm speaking or repeating it, but I coming up with trying to, not just talk about. Sorry. Am I coming in? My internet is actually a little choppy over here.
It is a little bit, and I don't want to cut you off, so maybe I can suggest this. I was going to call on both you and Nikki to address this question. If you want to try and dial in, Nikki, let's come to you. Give us one part of the charge, and then Jumei will circle back and make sure we hear from you before we wrap. So Nikki, go ahead. Same question. How are we going to actually make this happen?
Yeah, well, I think the obvious is take the information that's there and use it. Don't just let it sit on a virtual shelf. And the other piece, I think Amy Abernathy said this morning, have fun. And that we can see this as a list of a group of checklists or dossiers or rules, or we can see it as some guiding light or some foundational principles from which we can grow and build, right? And I think if we see it that way, it can help us bring the right people to the table, to Betsy's point. We can use it as a central document to reground and recenter us, but we can build on it and really use it to expand our horizons and not close us in. And if we start using it that way and build it in the nature that it was meant, I think that will help us move the field further instead of that feeling of holding ourselves back. Which I think is where some of that fear comes from. And so hopefully this takes away a little bit of the fear to allow us to innovate more, which would be great. So it's a matter of using it and trying to break it, because that's how you can make sure you're really, really using it, right? Like dig down, and if it doesn't seem right, then tweak it for what you need. But it's a good foundational start.
Fantastic. Nikki, I really like that. And I love how you were able to tie it into our sort of opening remarks. And one thing we certainly did tremendously well with this team, you guys worked incredibly hard, all of the prep for the pre-mortem, from identifying the use case to doing the necessary pre-work to co-hosting with me and Jean and our colleagues at Echo Consulting. A really, really terrific day with, I think, 50 experts on the line all at once in breakouts, back coming together, sharing expertise. It was absolutely extraordinary. And I think that's borne out for anyone who dives into this suite of resources. You will see the evidence of that work. And Jumei, I'm fingers crossed we can hear from you for parting remarks, because you are such an important part of this. Tell us about how we're going to get this right. How are we going to actually make these structural and cultural changes?
I think in closing, I just wanted to say that I think it's really about the individuals, as we throw these ideas out, and then as we talk to each other, and then we all have other ecosystems that we work in and other groups and companies. And as we spread these ideas out, I think that, we all face similar challenges, and hearing and working in this group and seeing now, also looking forward at some of the upcoming meetings and some of the upcoming topics from a regulatory perspective. There's some members of this team, but then there's other, participants that are coming in. And so as we just start, from a small circle and then move into broader and broader and broader circles, almost like, a sound wave that's coming through, you get one person and then it influences the next person. And as these ideas, really take root, it may seem like it's starting small and incremental, but it can, like a sound wave, really, build up, as it gets further and further out.
Fantastic. And what I hope, I love the sound wave, because we have Celia from Winterlights on the line. And Celia, you spend a lot of time every day thinking about sound waves. So Jumei, that was the perfect example. The other thing I think, and Jumei, you mentioned it so nicely, how can this be a ripple effect? We didn't just toss a pebble in a pond when we did this work together. I think we put out a boulder. So my hope is that that can really sort of amplify in all directions to all of our partners and stakeholders. This particular piece of work, again, Virginia, Jumei, Nikki, Marissa, Santosh, Betsy, Kate, Celia, you took a leap of faith with us. You probably had no idea how we would land this particular body of work. It was an extraordinary learning experience for us. I'm thrilled with what we were able to tease out of this, and I'm very grateful for the work that you did. What I'm going to do is, first of all, I hope that you can stay on just to close us out. We will do that, folks on the line. We will do that quite quickly. We want to make sure we land this, and I want to make sure we celebrate the team. So thank you so much for your work on this dossier. And we are going to, before we break, there's one last thing we want to do, and recognizing everyone on the line as an attendee here. We want to do a final walkthrough. We want to tie this together. We want to just give you that thumbnail on the playbook that this team has built for you. And what we'll do is take a little bit of a look at the website that we've put together and where you can find all of these resources, and also highlight some of the resources that we didn't get to today. If you can imagine it, there are actually additional resources outside of what we've already shared today. So with that, let me stop sharing for a second. Let me make sure that we absolve our panelists of their presenting responsibilities for the rest of the day, so they can celebrate with us. And Jean, I'm actually going to ask you to put your video on if you're somewhere where that is comfortable, and to actually I won't invite you up to the stage just yet, but if you might have a tactical post-it over that, so I can't position you like this. But I wonder if, thank you, I wonder if you could take a moment, and I'll give a little bit of a voiceover, though I'm sure folks are tired of hearing from me today at this point, just to showcase what this incredible team put together before we move to closing. And if you go ahead and share the new Playbook website for folks who haven't been in there yet, playbook.dimesociety.org. What we did was take this 407 slide monster. This is hard work. That work is needed, but we wanted to distill it for you. Our guiding lights here was making everything more accessible and more relevant. So if we go down, we can start with the quick start guide. First of all, we didn't just want to alienate everyone with a great big tome. We wanted to give you about 30 slides or so of the absolute core fundamentals. You can dig into that. This is available to you. If you have a colleague who is new to this area, this is a resource that will do exactly exactly what it says on the tin. It's a quick start guide. It can get you up and running as soon as you need it to. The next piece, the blue ribbon of all of it, is the playbook. And I want to emphasize that in addition to all the experts you met today, a subset of them really took responsibility for making sure that the science and the content was as up to date and as clear as possible. Some of you on the line will have given us feedback during the period of open comment since we launched the original one. When more clarity was needed, we made sure that we delivered that to you in this updated playbook, which is reduced to 300 or so slides, which is very lean compared to its predecessor. We also brought in work from the US Digital Service, some regulatory resources from Europe, like GDPR. We drew on the most recent science, the most recent FDA regulations, and that's all here in the master playbook. We also have, as you've seen, a variety of micro playbooks that have that are associated with specific questions. We also have this particular area where key micro playbooks are just at your fingertips. So those are the playbooks, right? There's your quick start guide. There's still this sort of comprehensive resource if you really feel ready to dive in and access those 300 or so slides. We also have tools, some of which we've mentioned already, and Jean is doing a wonderful job walking through everything we have for you. So we've looked at the quick start guide. When we launched the original playbook, we hosted a masterclass series. So these 6 instructional sessions are still available to you. We highlight the pre-mortem use case that we were just discussing. I strongly recommend you dive in there. It is just, it was such a novel process and yielded such tremendous results and insights and ways that you can help your team both today and into the future. The other thing we did as we sort of leaned up the playbook was create an interactive glossary that makes it easier for you to get to a few things. So not only can you come here and search for a particular term, make it very, very easy for us to develop that lingua franca that we've been talking about all day. What you'll also see as you navigate the playbook website is that terms in the glossary are available in hover over wherever you see a little bit of italics. So rather than sort of expecting you to learn a whole new language before you go in, you can see that embedded as you need it, when you need it, hopefully making it easier for you and your teams to get through all of this. I also want to sort of remind folks where they can find all the information about the dossiers. That's there in that panel. And then there's also a powerful story. I think that what we've done here with the playbook with our phenomenal collaborators, and I will give them their sort of moment in the sun that's so well deserved in just a second. We've shown, not just told, what's possible when people come together. This is the story so far talks about the idea that Priyanka and Andy had back in spring of last year and talks about how experts from around the world have come together to really build this field. We've talked about how we've stood on the shoulders of giants. We haven't created new resources when new resources aren't necessary. We've plucked from the best science, the best research out in the field, and we've only sort of plugged gaps where we've needed to. We've created interactive resources, but it all came down to these organizations you're looking at now, their trust in us. And I'll get to thanking our colleagues in just a second. So that's all there in the About section. And hopefully this becomes a resource that becomes absolutely integral to your work advancing digital clinical measures. And with that, Jean, before I talk and thank everyone on the line for your patience today, for your enthusiasm around the work that we've done, Jean, I'm going to sort of bring you up to the stage here. You made all of this possible. Your hard work, your vision for how we could curate this information, the hard work you did running 8 parallel work streams in a field that was at the beginning relatively new to you. You made 44, I think, close friends for life as a result of doing this. And I will be indebted to you for the future, for what you've created for the field. I really think this is going to move the needle. And I think that a large part of this is attributable to you. So we're not somewhere we can embarrass you by giving you a standing ovation here, but you certainly deserve one. It's been a pleasure. And hopefully at some point we can actually meet in person, which would be absolutely lovely in a sort of future state. So Jean, you're fabulous. Any closing words before we recognize our collaborators and team?
Oh yeah, I would like to say it's been such a thrill running up this learning curve with this team. I'm thoroughly impressed with what we'll be able to create. And even though this is a new sector for me, I know that the work, that this body of work would really move the field forward. It's very, very cool, and happy to be part of it.
It's been an honor having you part of it. So let me just do a couple of things as we round out. I want to recognize everyone who's been a critically important part of this work, from developing over 100 resources that actually live in a way that they can be cataloged and found, through to helping us draft policy work, to our amazing sort of web team who have made all of this possible, to a variety of different clinical experts and technical experts who joined us to add reinforcement to the expertise on the line for the pre-mortem. We have been incredibly fortunate in the experts who have helped us realize what I truly believe will help all of you sort of move this field forward. And I hope that they all feel sufficiently appreciated and excited for what we built together. And then last word, I think rightfully goes to the 44 experts from around the world and across a variety of different time zones. Santosh, it is the middle of the night for you right now, and you are still on the line with us. This has been extraordinary. It has been a professional honor for me to work with Jean and all of the folks on the line. Every single person on this sort of slide has made a meaningful contribution to this work. Every single person on this slide has endured COVID in the same way as the rest of us. They have been under pressure in their day jobs. They have been under pressure outside of their work. And yet, often multiple times a week for a 6-month period, they dipped into their own time. I don't know how they found it, to share their expertise and their commitment to the field. And if anything makes me excited about how we are going to progress digital clinical measures in a way that's safe, effective, ethical, and equitable. If there's a way that we can change healthcare, that we can change lives using these tools, I am confident that what these experts have created have sort of launched the pathway forward. So with that, thank you everyone for joining us today. This was a true celebration for our team. I'm so proud of the experts that came together. Jean, it's been a pleasure working with you. I'm proud of the whole DIME team behind the scenes for making this work. And for everyone on the line, I hope you feel inspired to dive in, grab these resources, use them, move the field. We are all responsible. That's what we've learned today. And I really look forward to sort of landing the playbook with the impact I know it can have, and to the next set of work we'll do at DIME in partnership with you. Thank you, everyone. Congratulations. And I look forward to changing the field with you. Thanks so much, everyone. Bye-bye.